What's up, guys? I'm just chilling right now. Just chilling. Had some dinner. Tending to the fires. Now we're just hanging out. So yeah, I'm just hanging out right now. Whoa, what's up, Mountain? Oh, I don't know what happened with the with my connection. I may have just lost Wi-Fi or something like that. Dude, just chilling. My buddy, I didn't go out with him today, but my buddy was out elk hunting cow in the unit that I had my cow tag. He has a cow tag as well, him and his girlfriend. And this afternoon he didn't turn up some elk in a killable spot. He's hunting with a pistol. And he found some beaver, and he ended up shooting 2 beaver with his 17. And those beaver are really big. Like 45 plus 55, 45, 55 pound beaver, which is pretty cool. So he brought them by and showed them to me once he got back to town, which was cool. Should have went out with him. Yeah, his girlfriend actually missed this morning. And he's like, well, he messages me at 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning. He's like, we're heading to this specific area. He's like, to check 0. And I was like, yeah, fat chance that it came off. Of course, anything can happen, but then they're checking the 0 of her gun, and she makes 2. He's like, if I wouldn't have checked myself, he's like, I wouldn't have believed that it was the same hole. So I mean, yeah, I was like, I mean, she must have just literally got nervous throughout the process of pulling the trigger. Is what I said in the moment, because I know that they're good shots. He's fantastic, and I know that she's been trained well. So I was like, man, she must have just had some elk fever. Both. It just depends. Both. To have them actually tanned in the way that we want, we have to send them to somebody usually. But we have done it ourselves. I do it myself, but not often. Usually I get the hides prepped and then I send them to a specific lady that we have tan them for us. Yeah, you're right. It does happen to all of us. Exactly. It happens to all of us, so I can't complain about it. I have no idea what kind of music I can play without getting into a copyright situation. I Googled, or I looked up on YouTube a non-copyright music and found a page that was supposed to be specifically all non-copyrighted, and it didn't work. So is it supposed to be copyrighted music? I don't know. Interesting. Yeah, the page is called Breaking Copyright. So it's supposed to be royalty-free music completely, but I was playing it and I had a copyright thing. Yeah, exactly. Like, what the hell? I'm listening to the music I love and all the artists I love or whatever, and people are listening to it in the background or know exactly what I'm listening to because I talk about it, and then I get a copyright infringement. It doesn't make any sense. Exactly. I'm not trying to take their money. There is copyright on this one, the comment says, on this one that says no copyright. So how do I find one that has no copyright? Unless the comments are also fake, because I'm seeing comments on every single one I pull up. My stuff got taken down. I'll Google non-copyrighted music. So yeah, I was just hanging out. Had kind of a late dinner. I actually need to go upstairs and tend to that stove. I forgot. It's burnt down well now. I need to go add some fuel to it. So those beaver he killed were, like I said, smoking big. Super pretty. They just weren't dark, so he was like, around here they're not worth very much. How do I look at a translation on here? It looks Chinese. I wish I could read your message because it's in Chinese. I don't know how to translate it. That's hilarious. Sorry, buddy. I wish I could read what you're saying. That's embarrassing. I should be able to respond. I don't know how to translate your message on the live chat. Like if you could on the message or something. As I click on your message, it doesn't give me the option to both. I'm trying to build up enough now that I'm more focused on it. I'm trying to build up enough inventory that I can build an entire wardrobe for myself. For the most part, all of the pelts I've ever kept, I've had just laying, just hanging out. The coyote pelts I have not built anything out of them. They're literally just hanging out on my bed at my mom's. So it's like things like that. I have a few pelts, a couple different coyotes and I have like 4 coyotes and 2 foxes at my mom's. Like I said, my childhood bedroom, and yeah, exactly, they're just there, tanned, not made into anything, which is kind of a shame. But now that I'm more focused on it, I'm trying to build up an inventory and, like I said, build an entire wardrobe with multiple different types of fur. So I've been emphasizing more, taking more care of, because every time, well, the majority of the time that we kill big game, we don't take the fur, unfortunately. But I would like to do it a lot more, so I've been more often keeping, like, the deer that I killed this year, I kept its pelt. I caped the entire thing, life-size cape that, other than its hooves, pretty much. So I have all of its fur. It's just so heavy when you're back into the backcountry to carry that out. So I don't every time. What's up, Shane? Shane Daly, man, that name looks so familiar. Sure we're not friends? That's really cool. That girl has a coyote coat. I mean, I think they're beautiful, exactly. I would love to... I have friends who have made clothing, and I have had clothing that has been made with fur, but I haven't made any extensive clothing out of my own fur, which I aspire to. I mean, I want to have mukluks, I'd like to have gloves, I'd like to have a coat and jacket and varying hats and like baklavas and whatever the hell those things are called. I can't believe I'm spacing my words. But varying clothing I would love to make out of fur. Oh yeah, see, crazy, Shane, how you say that. It's extremely soft. Way more soft than people would know. And different species of animals, obviously, the roughness or the coarseness or the way that their hair is different. But coyote, fox, wolf, for the most part, bear, especially like the beaver my buddy killed today, muskrat, um, any of the weasel. I want a wolf coat so bad as well. What's up, Landon? Nice, Landon. Where would you potentially get your elk tag? You should if it's on your decision of whether or not you should do it. Absolutely, you should. See, exactly, Shane. That would be so sweet. Exactly. People don't realize, I get into these talks with my buddies all the time, but all of the animals, elk, the deer, lion, all of them, all of the deer species, pretty much all of the ungulates, all of the predators, their feet and the hooves and the way that their shins, like what we would say, like their legs, the fur is so soft, and it dampens their sound like crazy as they're moving through the brush. So as they're rubbing against brush and tree, etc., it dampens those sounds even more. I mean, and they're so silent. You would be surprised. I mean, I've had a fully mature bull elk at however close, and it do things and you not even be able to hear it move in and out, which is wild. How well they can creep if they want to. I'm looking up your name real quick, Shane. I was gonna see if I absolutely knew you because your last name looks so dang familiar. We probably don't know each other, but yeah, I don't like to dox myself on here. uh. Oh, that's so cool, Landon. So one of the guys was in here last night from Washington, and he was saying that in Washington, I completely forgot that I for some reason was just thinking only Roosevelt or Tule elk, and then he was saying, well, there's obviously Rocky Mountain elk out here, and I was like, duh. And so he was saying that with some of their licenses, they can potentially hunt both Rocky Mountain or Roosevelt. So I think that's freaking awesome. What's the mo you use for shotguns? Well, I do use them for varying things. What's up, Johnny? What's up, Johnny? What's up, Michael? Mountain Bucks, Landon, Shane. Chinese friend, I wish I could translate your message because I'd respond. That's badass that you're going to kill a Roosevelt. I've never gotten to hunt Roosevelt. I've never hunted on the East Coast. Dude, I just barely started doing lives. That's it. Barely. I barely pretty much started posting onto my YouTube. I need to get better with filming and talking and communicating on film and taking films and having an agenda, of course. But I mean, dude, just barely. The very first live I did, you guys won't believe it. Thanks, bro. The very first live I did, like literally like less than a week ago, I was out just outside of town running around in my underwear basically. I wasn't showing that stuff, but I was just like out getting sun and stuff, climbing around, doing some bouldering stuff. And I had good wind and the light was all good. And I was like, man, I wish I had something with me. And I was like, we should just go try. And I have the film on here. And I snuck across this valley and was coming up a ridge to another drainage, exposed an entire new basin. And I like snuck up to this cliff, had good wind, was trying to stay out of the light. The light was starting to set, or the sun was starting to set, and I snuck over this ridge and I started to squeak with my mouth. Literally, like I said, I have the film on here. I was like, sort of thing. And I'm not even kidding, a minute and a half. I had a coyote at 5 yards. And it's all on film. I was like, oh my gosh, this is so cool. It's like if I had my blowgun, I could have killed that dog because he was like slightly quartering on and just stopped. Had no clue where I was, no clue what I was, couldn't see me. And so I literally, on the fucking live, I'm all, and that dog comes directly at me, and he was only like 5-7 yards away. And so he starts coming at me, and I had in my mind, I was like, well, he's gonna come around this ledge and just bite my ass or something. I don't know, but he was gonna literally run right into me. And on the film, he turns around at 1-2 yards in front of me. It was so cool. I mean, if I had my spear, I could have speared him, basically. It was a really cool thing. So I was like, yeah, I better start just doing some lives. Screw it. I mean, we have so many cool experiences, and I live in like the best place in the world for outdoorsy stuff, hunting. I mean, I say it's the best place in the world. I mean, you know, some places in other countries, of course, and in pretty much a lot of places of Alaska and certain places of Canada, but not many places compared to where we live. And the fact that I can buy the tags over the counter how I do is insane. Dude, that's sick, Shane. I just filled my last tag a couple days ago. I killed my bull elk during archery season, and then I'll show you some pictures of it. And then I killed my mule deer during rifle, and then my cow elk during rifle. I passed a bunch of cows, I passed a bunch of small bulls, and I passed quite a few young deer, and I messed up on a smoker buck, and a different buck paid for it. He's still a mature deer, but he wasn't as good as the deer that I was initially after. But I killed a over-the-counter public land herd bull this year, which is about as cool as it freaking gets. Dude, that's sick that you're hunting right now in Colorado. The person that I Google, or when I put up in Facebook, I mean, it brought up a guy from Colorado, which is funny. Put on a decent stock on a bull last night, but put a stock on a decent bull last night, but he was bedded in thick brush, and by the time we dropped into the canyon, he was in. We couldn't see him, and he wasn't about to get up. Totally get it, you know, and you know, it's hard to get in on him. What's your idea on duck hunting with bows? That's pretty cool. Have you ever watched Tim Wells kill him out of the sky with it? I'd shoot him off with the puddle. I don't know if it's legal or not where I would do it, but if that's what I'd have to do with a bow. Gonna be hunting deer on public on Tuesday to Thursday. That's awesome, mountains. Shane Dooley, dude. Who's the guy from Colorado? I think it's you. That's what I meant. I think it's you. That's funny. That's sick that you went duck hunting this morning, Landon. Yeah, good luck to you, Shane, as well. Good luck to you, Mountain. You know, I know that Colorado can have some really pressured areas. It's becoming more and more pressured, but it's also that way here. I'm from Wyoming, Shane. Oh, okay. Well, of course, I guess it depends on your placement and what you're using, I guess. But I mean, broadhead, if you hit the duck fairly well, it should kill it. Or maim it enough for you to be able to get on it. Can you see it from here? No, you can't. Oh, it's down here in the corner. The bull I killed this year. Dang it. Didn't mean to drop that. I'm just listening to the non-copyrighted music in my fucking earphones. That's hilarious. That's the bull I killed this year. Over-the-counter, public land, herd bull. He had cows all around him and myself when I killed him. That was pretty cool. Pretty cool. It was like one of the best things in my life. Yeah, exactly. You've already seen it. I was showing it to Landon. I love to fish. Landon and Shane. No, I love to fish, dude. Of course. It depends on what and where. Like, just depends on what. But I guess, brookie fishing in the mountains is like one of my favorite things to do. I spend a lot of time fishing on the river for brown, rainbow, trout, going to the varying lakes that are close to me to fish for walleye. Those are like super, super fun for me. I do, and I have. And, some of my best friends, two of my closest friends are professional fly fishing guides in this area. They also guide in other states, but they're from here and they guide in this area. Anyways, I will tie some flies for them because they have to tie a bunch of flies. But I'm not an expert tie flyer. I mean, but I've tied flies all my life. Yeah, just I'm not an expert tie flyer. Yeah, you're probably way better than I am. That's cool. Dude, thanks, Shane. Thanks so much, Shane. Yeah, no, he's sick. He's sick. It's a public land over the counter bull. And he's a mature bull and he was a herd bull. Like I literally don't even care. I don't even care. But yeah, I'm so tickled with him and I'm super duper lucky. Super lucky. Dude, I could tell you the whole experience, but man, he was coming to kill me thinking I was a bull moving in on him and I had him at 12 yards when I shot him, which was insanely cool. It doesn't happen like that very often, I say, but it keeps happening for me. That's the seventh bull I've killed with a bow. Seventh bull elk I've killed with a bow, and the farthest shot I've ever had at a bull elk with my bow that I've taken and killed, because like I said, I've killed 7 now with a bow, is like 25 yards. It seems like the vast majority of them had died at less than 10 yards, which is crazy cool. All of them public land. I've only had one of those bulls be a limited draw tag. The fat content on elk specifically? Oh, dude, sweet. Well, I hunt all of the game here with the bow. Everything. All of the small game, birds, all of the predators. So yes, I do hunt fox with the bow. But that specifically would potentially be like me calling and I have my bow and a rifle with me. Is like kind of what I do, because I do like to do that. I'll go out calling and I'll take a bow and a shotgun or a rifle with me as well. So that would be where I would end up calling in a fox. But I haven't really stalked a fox and killed it with my bow. Though, you know, I've seen fox while I'm out hunting. I just have never spot and stalked a fox and killed it with my bow. How old are you, Shane? Just totally curious. It doesn't even matter. That's so cool that you're working on your first archery. Cool. It will come. Oh yeah, exactly. Well, it seems like then you have killed before, harvested animals in the past. See, it just depends, Mountain, because there are certain specific tags that you can draw that are like archery only, muzzleloader only, and there are units that are muzzleloader and archery only, and specific seasons, obviously, slash types within a specific unit that has like varying legalities and regulations where it's like only archery if you have a certain type of tag. As a resident, I pretty much, unless I get an extra tag like I did this year, I can get a couple extra cow calf elk tags and other species sometimes, but I usually try to get some extra cow calf tags, and those are like, they're not a type 1, they're a type 6, 7, 5, something like that usually. And when I get a type 1, like, you know, when I'm fumbling my words, I'm going all over the place, but when I buy an over-the-counter elk tag, I'll go and buy an over-the-counter elk tag. I can do it online or at the store that sells them, and that is that's an any elk, or it's a general land over-the-counter, and you know, all of the units that are general or over-the-counter have their own regulations. Usually it's an any elk, any deer. Usually right now we can't kill any does, which is a good thing where we are. But yeah, so I know I was fumbling my words. I was trying to define that well. For non-residents, it's a lot harder. But if you draw a type 1 tag, like my cousin drew a tag this year, he's from South Dakota. He drew a tag and it was a type 1 tag, an any elk tag for an entire region. So he could kill a bull or a cow. And usually here in Wyoming, there's no like a spike only tags, or where the regs specify that it has to have a brow tine. There's usually not. I don't think there's any units in Wyoming that have that yet that I know of. Sorry, I'll have to go back and look at the messages. That's still so sick that you were hunting in Colorado, Shane. Saturday was crazy with pressure. I was stoked to be able to get on. Yeah, stoked to be able to get on elk with how many guys were out. Well, exactly. And I know that in some units, and it happens here, general land, over the counter, which I hunt during rifle season, it's absolutely insane. It's that way during archery. You have to find spots or know or etc. And just you have to spend time looking for the areas where the elk push where people don't like to go to. Had the fat content on our animals here for the most part, unless it's a bear or certain game like the elk, deer, the deer species, the elk, deer, the moose, whitetail. If they're not on ag like all of the time, they don't have a lot of fat content here. Dude, heck yeah, Landon. I'll try to live all the time. Have a good night, bro. God bless. Love you, man. Have a good evening. My Landon friends have always been super great. Oh, I keep forgetting you're from Australia, Michael. I freaking love it. It just depends exactly. We had fire restrictions in our mountains all year this year, so there was no legal fire. Like if we were in the backcountry when we're hunting off in the backcountry and in places where you don't see people, when we're hunting, we usually never have a fire. But if you're out there in the backcountry for survival purposes and you need to, obviously. Oh, you're trying to get a deer tag for Wyoming? It's very hard. You have to apply online during a specific time allotment when you can apply. And as a non-resident, it's pretty hard unless you apply for certain units where there's like no public access, basically. You have to build up preference points. Like if you every year that you apply, or you can buy a preference point, which every preference point you get adds you, like, basically, in a sense, this is not necessarily what happens, but it kind of like doubles your chances. And so a lot of non-residents end up having to wait 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years to draw certain tags. Well, rifle hunting and archery hunting can be slightly different just because you have to get so much tighter usually with the bow, Shane. And I mean, sometimes they're acting slightly differently. You just got to practice. You just got to practice, and then you maybe be around some people who are good with the bow, so you get some unconscious osmosis learning from them. That's awesome, though. Yeah, you're barely older than I am. Heck yeah, dude. You're still young. Oh, that's so cool, Michael. Exactly. That's probably why Adam Greentree spends almost all of his time exclusively hunting with a bow. Any tips for pronghorn units in Wyoming with low points? That's not easy, man. The numbers have gone down so low. In our favorite units, the numbers have been decimated so badly from winter and then over issuing of tags that it's very, very unfortunate. I can name a couple specific units that are in the northern part of the state, like dead center northern part of the state around Buffalo area, like slightly south of Buffalo, north of Casper. There's a couple units up there that seem to always have leftover tags for pronghorn. It's probably because there's a lot less public access in those spots, but with corner crossing now, I think that may change. I would look into that area of the state. I can't even remember the name of those units. It's like 26 or something like that, potentially. I'm always like, go to Colorado, go to New Mexico, Arizona. It's really hard to get tags in all of the states, so Idaho does not have preference points, which is unlimited draw hunt. Dude, so yeah, as a resident, do you build up preference points at all for your trophy tags, like your bighorn sheep, mountain goat, moose? As a resident, those are the only things, Jeffrey, that we can have preference points for. not a mountain goat, which I drew once in a lifetime tag, no preference points, but bighorn sheep, moose, potentially bison, but bighorn sheep and moose, not mountain goat though. It's Hillbilly Weird Al, that's funny. Unlimited draw, meaning that there is no quota and anybody can draw it, Jeffrey, in Idaho? See, dude, you never know. You never know, Mountain. Now you can't do that, unfortunately. Yeah, it may be different in different states. You couldn't draw one of those tags in Wyoming and sell it. That's funny. But if you do draw the tag, you better hit me up, buddy, and I'll get you on a ram. I know it may not look like it, but I promise you. I promise you. That's sick that Idaho doesn't have any preference points. Good. Well, I guess it just depends on your perception of it. I don't think we should have any non-residents able to hunt here, but... Oh, wow, that's cool that you got your first mule deer. Sweet. So it was a 4-point, mainframe 4-point, we would say, with probably brow tines, unless it had like a split inline and like in between its, what, it's G1 and 2. What would that be up there? Oh, that's so sick, Shane. That's so sick. That's so cool. You could do you know where in the state you were hunting? I got that, Jeffrey. No, that's really cool that you don't have preference points at all. I guess the preference point thing would definitely limit the ability for people to draw tags. No, Evanston's quite a ways from me, but I know all of that area. Man, if you got a ram tag, it just, they're so hard to get as far as the licenses or the animals. Yeah, both, obviously, and it just depends on where you're at. But because I know a unit here where there's just incredible amount of ram and sheep in general, and if you're just trying to fill your tag when you draw that license, I mean, you're gonna have a gentleman's hunt. Oh, that's cool. That's way cool, Potato. I don't want to dox myself. I love all those places. You know, my mountain goat hunt was northwest of Cody. Northwest of Cody. I had to, I was a few feet from the Yellowstone border when I killed my billy goat. No, that's sick. I wish I could see a picture of the Potato. See, exactly, Shane. It's probably that unit I was talking about, dude. I'm not even joking. It's probably like 25, 26, 27, I think is what it is, or something like that. I don't know. And it's that's cool. That's cool that you drew it and you guys went up there and got it done. Good for you, bro. Haha, improper spelling. I love that town. You're an Idaho man, huh? Though to Michael, my Australian man, I do eat I eat, and I know people that do what I do not. So, but I love, like I said, the testicles are one of my favorite things. It'd be nice to start harvesting every single piece of the animal and utilizing every bit of it in varying ways, because we scrap so much. Though there is no waste. I don't believe in just. I think it's disgusting if people are poaching. But there's no waste. Like, nobody should be allowed to poach. But if you see what happens with the animals in the environment, I mean, there's no waste. But yeah, I like to try to harvest as much as I possibly can. So, I'm trying to work into, the testicles are one of my favorite organs to eat. I would choose the testicles personally over the heart and liver. That's a personal preference. Now I'm trying to keep so much more. I mean, and we can eat what we don't eat. The biggest animal that I've killed with a blowgun is unfortunately all small game. Rabbit and bird. Like I said, that specific blowgun right there, that specific model, you can watch a video of Tim Wells stalking a black bear and killing it with that blowgun. And I think like the very first time I watched that film, I bought the blowgun. And now I've bought a couple more since. But I just like the way that this one shoots and the way it feels in my hands. There's also the Viper that he has. It's got a pistol grip on it. He's probably got it. I know he's come out with at least one more. But I would like to. Oh man, I've had so many. If it was legal, you know, and you always say, if only. But I mean, I've had plenty of opportunities to kill young bulls and cows with my blowgun. I mean, I could have potentially had the opportunity with a mature bull, but I mean, literally having them with a couple feet away, within 5 yards, within 3-4 yards, and having their front shoulders stepped open and just having the lane to their heart. And if only I had my blowgun, oh my God. But I want to start being able to hunt with the blowgun, big game, of course, and the spear. I bait for bear, so I would like to, it would be so cool to be able to kill a bear with a spear. Man, it's a dream of mine right now. Of course, crossbows are legal, but we're talking about a blowgun. Blowgun. Oh, that's so cool, Potato. And in the certain, I mean, you can have the experiences anywhere. In the places where people are, you know, around them, they do have those experiences where they'll be right on the road, salt licking areas right next to the road, etc. And people will be within a couple of feet of them. Yeah, my experience is like a fairy tale. People wouldn't believe the happening on the day when I killed my mountain goat. Yeah, exactly. What's up, Fish? Spears and blowguns are illegal in Virginia. It'd be cool to hunt with a spear. Exactly, so bad. I want to so bad. I bet we can in a couple different ranches, or like Texas, Nebraska, whatever. But it's illegal to hunt big game with a spear here. Sorry. I've had close experiences and close calls, but thank God, no, I have not. Man, I've had a lot of crazy experiences. Well, the entire story is, it's one of my, I haven't been married, I don't have kids, Fish. So it's, have a good night, Shane. It was so nice to chat with you, bro. Good luck. Good luck. Hopefully we do meet up in the future. Hopefully you find an elk and get on one. Keep us updated if you're able to hop in here. Give me a second. Oh yeah, we have to go upstairs and tend to the fire. Just one moment. We'll go upstairs together, just one sec. I gotta add some wood to that stove before it coals out. Ha! I'll get all hyped up and talk to you about it. It's the greatest experience I've ever had in my life, Fish. May seem shallow and extremely stupid to some people, but there was nothing in my life that's compared to that, and I had to make the decision and the subjective understanding that if I compare any hunt in my life to that, for the most part, I'm screwed. So I realized that I can't do that. One moment. Give me a second. Let's go take care of this fire real quick. I'm just chilling in that room. Should be chilling out here. My bad. One moment. One sec. It's a stove. One of them, anyway. Anybody know what darn toughs are? Now I do it all the fucking time without, but don't tend to the fire without gloves on, especially if the stove's hot. I've burned myself so many times. What's up, John? What's up, Ross? Vibe Central. Good night, Shane. Ben Fatwood froze off a lot more heat. I've got some super dry pine and aspen right now. It's ultra dry. It's chopped, so it just rips off. So happy. Do I hunt a brown by Skydance? What does that mean? This stove does me good. Keep the fart gun out of here, John. What the heck? I'm burning pine and aspen. Funny. I don't know if you're still in here, Fish. Gladly tell you about the mountain goat, buddy. Anybody in here still that are pronghorn fanatics? Anybody in here want to take a guess at the score of this guy? You fucking funny son of a bitch. Robbie Hobbies. Wait a second, this is a pronghorn, you guys. Take a logical guess. 420, yes, Robbie. You're absolutely right, buddy. He did score 420. So if there's any pronghorn fanatics in here, try to get a guess. Yeah, Robbie. He did score 420. I'm telling you, I'll tell you that now. Robbie won. So, you're talking to a family of pronghorn killers, buddy. It's a mountain. You get a mass measurement at the base. You get a mass measurement right here. You get another mass measurement right here. And right here. And then you get a length. And then you get a length of the prong. And that's how you score a pronghorn. It's super duper simple to score a pronghorn. For the most part, all the animals are simple when you know how to score them. But if you know pronghorn, yeah. Take a guess. I wish he scored 120 mountain. He'd be the new world record. Good night, Shane. Fish, you still in here, bro? Mountain, you're badass. You're always kicking it with me. Thanks, bro. You should give me some advice on what you guys want to see. That way we have a more enjoyable time. I give you guys better stuff to freaking hang out with. It's funny because right now I'm just watching the slideshow on my TV of hunting experiences, basically. One moment. Disclosure, I'm not in Wyoming presently, so. So I've yet to Christian the 20 gauge on a bull elk because that's its next venture. Yes, I can use the 20 gauge, or the 12 gauge, but it's been used so much for just carry. I carry this with me when I go to my bear baits if I feel like taking something other than my pistol. And it's super hot and there's like a boar that doesn't want to leave the bait, basically. I'll carry this with me. But I can chamber that 20 gauge so much faster. What's up, Ross? Here's a couple muley sheds that I found this. What's up, country boy? There's a couple muley sheds I found this year. He's got that cold broken on kicker. And then I found this buck this year. No, there's fucking sick. Dude, probably the 30-30 to be completely honest. America, baby. What's up, cast? I was just showing off these two sheds that I just found this year. I thought this one was pretty neat. I like him. He's just a nice little mainframe 4-point, and he's got that kicker on it. But I thought this buck, well, he's obviously older, and I thought this buck was cool. These were a couple of my nicest shed finds this year that I thought as far as deer. The buck's sick. Right. I thought that was pretty cool. So yeah, this is the bull I killed this year. Yeah, exactly. 30-30 all day. There's another different view of him. Got super lucky. That would be sick. Here's another picture of him right before I killed him. Thanks, country. 30-30 for sure, exactly. I agree. This is one of my favorite pics of him. Yeah. Yeah, over-the-counter, public land, general, over-the-counter, herd bull. Public land. You can actually see, well, it's not how you think. You can see in this picture. I'm sorry you feel that way, Emily. Healthy for the environment, healthy for their species, and we get to eat them. Some of my best friends are in Minnesota. And, people just don't understand. Some people won't ever understand. And everybody is different, so I see it misrepresented and horribly portrayed in plenty of ways. But the love and admiration that I have for these animals is hard to explain. It's okay. Some people genuinely love the other animals, but I do understand, because of my perception of it, that a lot of people have just a really poor perception and don't even know that these other animals are sentient. Yet I do, and yes, I take the life of them. I'm not upset. One of my most recent serious relationships, this girl, she was a vegetarian at the time, and she was not about hunting, but she literally went with me a few times and opened up her eyes about it in different ways, in my way of experiencing it anyways. I took her backpacking for brook trout. It is hard to explain, Emily. It is hard to explain. I mean, one, I eat meat. Two, the plants and the plant biota, to me, personally, in my own subjective experience, they're as alive as the other beings. So to think that you're not taking the life of something when you're driving a vehicle, when you're eating at all, really. So I mean, yeah, it's hard to explain, and that's one of the reasons why I do it in the way that I do it is I'm trying to do it in the right way so that they're not suffering. It is hard to put into words and it's hard to explain because, and it's so hard to put into words and explain. Do you have pets? I mean, again, if you take it down that route, I mean, I love my pets and I have loved all the other animals that I've ever grown up with and been around as well. I asked that question because, to each their own, the way that I was raised, my family has always, instead of taking their dog to the vet, they have done it themselves. It's about as candid as I'll put it. So, you don't have to make her hate it. It's hard to explain. That's what I'm saying. But, and I'm fumbling my words, but I have found that some people that procure and harvest and process their own foods to be even more loving and conscious in varying ways of these other beings than other people that pretend to be activists. Now, I'm not saying you specifically. I mean, and any of these animals that we hunt and that we do kill and process, or do kill, I process the animals myself. I was just thinking about that. But anyways, we would never go out of our way to kill any of them if there was if their herds were in trouble, if their species were in an extreme state of endangerment, which there's laws around that. So I mean, for the most part, people pay close attention to what's going on with the ecosystems, what's going on with the varying animals in those ecosystems, and hunters fund as much or more of any of the conservation and the keeping of the land and the travel routes and migratory routes of the varying animals around the world. Hunters are a huge aspect of conservation, of keeping the animals. And, because of hunters' efforts, there's a lot of animals in places in their native ranges where they weren't. Yeah, there's a bunch of misunderstanding and misrepresentation. But hunting is also poorly misrepresented and very poorly misrepresented in many ways. So people get horrible viewings of it in all sorts of ways. I'm just rambling and ranting off. What's up, Tresden? I do. I have a 3030. I should go out and grab it. Somebody else asked about that just recently. I'm just ranting, but it's my, I see these other beings as being as sentient as we are. They're as sentient as we are in many ways, and a lot more sentient and self-aware than most people will ever realize in the Western world. They have no clue. Most people have no clue. But again, when you operate with them and observe them and spend time with them, morals and ethics sway in the wind, and they're not they don't care about you being alive or not. Now, we have the ability, because of what we are and where we are as humans, to be able to aid other animals and influence them and harm them in plenty of ways. But the way that they operate, they don't care about you. They are caring only about their pretty much sole individual in existence and progenerating, and that's it. So, I mean, you are the last thing that's on their worry. I'm just going all over the place. Oh my God. And we don't kill anything. My close friend group and myself, we don't kill or take the life of anything. I feel horrible if you want to keep going down these routes. You know, I don't want to kill a fly or a bug or any random thing. And I feel deep conscious remorse and subjective remorse when I'm going through things like this. But that's just because of who I am personally. But I've also made the decision because I realize that there is metabolization taking place within plants, and that's not the only defining factor, but you know, the plant lives are alive. The plant life is, it's as sentient and conscious as the rest of existence. So who are we to differentiate the value of a plant or a certain animal, etc.? So I mean, and I made the decision that if I'm going to take the life of anything, that, you know, I'm going to do it in certain ways. So I love procuring my own meat and going through the whole process of it. It's so hard to explain, but I mean, it's the greatest thing in this life. And as a human being, being a primate, I saw somebody ask earlier if I was Christian. It's funny because, you know, I was born and raised Catholic, and I've studied Christian values and theologies all my life. I still do. I mean, you know, everything is energy. You know, God is everything, and there is nothing that is not. So, I mean, to think that, you know, you have more of a moral ground by, you know, doing this or that, it's crazy. So, I mean, yeah, I absolutely love meat, and I do eat domesticated meat, but I also was born and raised into a farm and a family who raises domesticated crop and farm animals, and everybody around me are farmers and ranchers. So I eat domesticated meat, yes, and I eat plants and vegetables and fruits, but I also eat the shit out of fucking wild game, and it's my favorite. And I love them so much. It's so hard to explain Robbie's hobbies. It's so hard to explain exactly. Like, immersing yourself into nature, you realize that you can't operate in life without taking life. It's a part of experience. So, you know, the most diehard activist, vegan, breatharian who doesn't eat can't move around in life with a physical body without taking the life of some microorganism. So it's like, these arguments are pretty insane at times. That's so cool that your pet hunts with you, Cast. Sorry that I'm ranting. Oh, hunters actually fund the most of conservation. The hunters fund. Hunters are funding all of the land that they're living in, and all of the conservation efforts around keeping the land free for them to be able to have their, you know, have enough land to live in for them to not go fucking extinct. See, I love that, Robbie. And exactly, most conscious people would never do that. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Most people would never. And there's laws in some places, especially with like bear, etc. I mean, nobody wants to take the life of a female that has offspring that are still attached to her. Personally, I try not to take the life of anything that's young. I try to personally focus on isolating and harvesting the oldest of any animal within any species within like a varying area that I am hunting, and that's extremely hard to do, and you can't always do that, but that's like the goal, trying to harvest the oldest male usually of any species in that given area, and that's extremely hard to do. They're the smartest. Hunting is the most natural and normal thing in existence. Everything is partaking in this, you know. What's up, Madhav Chandak? See, exactly. I mean, yeah, I don't care. I don't care. I mean, I've studied other religions and theologies and philosophies so much that I've found I've found the same things being said in other ways, and I've continually come back to the same things in different ways. I don't know how else to say that. I think it's important to study as much as you possibly can. And if you actually study, for instance, if you study Christian theologists, Christian scientists, and people who are like Christian philosophers, etc., specifically, those people study all of, and almost are required a lot of times in their academic ventures to study other religions and theology. So anyways, I mean, I like a quote that I found from Confucius at one time. Now it's translated obviously into English, but it's, I believe in your Christ, but I don't believe in you Christians who are so unchrist-like. I've always liked that. Oh, hunting's the greatest thing in the world, and I like whoever it was. I think it was maybe Country. There's nothing like walking up on your animal. No, there's nothing like. Yes, exactly. The whole experience in it. But like I said, exactly those final moments when that bull this year I'm making reference to the whole thing. But when I actually finally made that last commitment, when he was 80 yards away from me, to crash to the bottom of the pocket and force the sounds and the movement into his experience, and him being completely captivated and believing that it was a bull, not being able to see me, not being able to smell me, but having his emotions build up to a situation to where, again, I make that last few movements and he's coming crashing through the timber to run me off as another bull. To, if he could, he would absolutely kill that other elk. Like, absolutely. And so having him come through me with his emotions and then killing him at 12 yards right in front of me is just, there's nothing like it. I stopped that bull. First off, he's coming right at me from my elevation right in front of me. I should tell you the whole experience. But he's coming, and I see him, and I'm able to draw without him seeing. And as he's crashing right to me at, like I said, 12, 13 yards, he makes this step because of the way that the timber was. And so he stepped and opened himself up broadside. And the way that he was traveling, I was just following it all perfectly, and I had the shot. And I ended up shooting him probably 5-6 inches behind the shoulder, which is a little too far for what I wanted, but I absolutely hammered him. I absolutely hammered this bull, and immediately I stop him with cow calls. I was using bull sounds. I could tell you all about it in the process of killing him, but when I shot him, I was mewing at him immediately, and he had no clue what was going on and didn't see me when I shot him, and he stops. Same distance away. He was directly facing away, but I had already mortally wounded him. So I shot him right up the ass again. I didn't need to, but I absolutely did. What I was getting to with that is, I stopped him, I shot him again, and I just showed you a picture of it. That was after the second shot. I'm mewing as he then trots into the timber down in elevation. And I mean, he's dying in front of me at 4 or 5 yards as I walk up to him. Now, I've done this my whole life. It's extremely dangerous to walk up to a mortally wounded animal because they can gore your ass to death and kill you. But I watched him, and I was watching him crash, and I watched the whole thing. I knew what was going on. And so in those last moments of him living, I basically crept up to him. I was about 5 yards to him, so I got some film of him as I was watching him, you know, take his last breaths, basically, which he wasn't able to breathe, but the light fading from his eyes and that whole experience, and then going through the whole process of breaking him down, processing him, packing him out. There's nothing like it. Nothing like it in the world. No matter how many times it happens, there's nothing like it. I'm just going off. Obviously, it's more normal and natural for our physiology to be omnivores and leaning more towards. I mean, there's people, depending on where you live in the world, they almost were exclusively eating, not only, but they almost were exclusively on a carnivorous diet. See, most people just don't get to experience it. Of course, we're not heartless, and there are heartless people, and there are heartless. Like I said, there's people that misrepresent it, and it's poorly portrayed and represented at times. It's just that way with anything, though, I guess. I use a few different types of broadheads, Michael, and I'm open to suggestion, and I like to switch things up and change. It's just kind of how I feel. I have literally killed that deer right there, that you can see right there. I shot with, I was just talking about this last night, and I showed you them. I shot that deer with $5, $2, $3, $4, $5 knockoff Rage broadheads that I got on Amazon that were Chinese. I've shot Rage broadheads, expandables. I've shot those Australian Oscut single bevels. And then last year, I've been shooting Severs expandables. Expandables is what I've been shooting. Sorry for fumbling on words. I need to get more comfortable on film and stuff and get better lighting and just figure out how to do it better. But yeah, I shoot expandables right now, and I could rant on this all day, and everybody has their own personal preferences. If your bow is really, really, absolutely finely tuned, and you are able to do it right, then a heavy fixed blade and if it's absolutely accurate, a heavy fixed blade is. But I shoot expandables. And again, people can say whatever they want, but I have the evidence and I've had the experience. I have the pictures of the black bear, that bear's from last year. I'll just grab those pictures because I moved that little case of pictures out there. But the bear that I killed with my bow 3 years ago, I shot with an expandable with a Rage, actually, and I buried that thing into the opposite side of that bear, right through its heart. But that Chinese knockoff zipped through that deer. Zipped through it. Yeah, exactly. Hunting and fishing and just, and again, you sometimes end up experiencing and doing things that you would never normally do in the countryside if you weren't doing those things. And you obviously may not even go to be out in these areas if you weren't going to do those things. Completely agree, Robbie. Well, again, everything, we are that thing. So exactly, when we're out there, we're not caught up in our mind thinking about the wrong things. Yeah, no, exactly. They just don't think that there's no point in doing it. But it's, more recently I've been saying more and more that, it's the most vital thing for our body and the physiology of our body. So, I mean, yeah, whatever. Yeah, I completely agree, Cass. That's what I was saying. It's interesting because I'll have to go get the pictures. The bear that I killed with my bow 3 years ago, That kid had never been hunting ever in his entire life, and it's a classmate of mine, one of my best friends in this life, and he's a phenomenal athlete. He's in the National Guard. He's always training, and he's just a fantastic athlete, and I've just always known. But in the last recent years, during the COVID bullshit, he was back home, and so we were running into each other at the gym, and I was just remembering in our conversations telling him, I was like, dude, you're gonna fall right into it, man. You're gonna love it. I promise you. I promise you. And he was a vegan vegetarian at the time. Dude, and like that guy went out with me, helped me set up my tree stands in this specific spot. Was going back and forth from where he was living to come back for training once a month or whatever the hell they need to do it. And then he had set up a vacation time to come with me and hunt bear opening few days. But the way that it was going throughout my process of baiting, I knew that we were going to do it opening day. So anyways, he'd never been hunting ever in his life. Never, ever. And I knew. And this isn't hunting in all of its ways. There's so many different ways to experience it, of course. But I knew he would perform in the sense of not making noise, etc. I don't know how else to explain that. But I mean, he sat there and watched me kill this trophy black bear at less than 7 yards right in front of me, right in front of him. Helped me process, break down that bear, pack it out. And that day, that kid ate some of that bear with me. He had some of that bear's tenderloin with me. And it's funny because, like I said, then the next time I saw that guy, he was eating meat again. It was funny to me. Yeah, because if you pull a tag, you're coming out with me during archery season. We'll go get a buck during bow season. You can obviously hunt with a rifle, of course. I just love archery hunting. And it seems like you can experience the animals in a slightly more natural way during archery season, but it's not always the case. Like, you know, when I killed my cow this year, they were going insane. I was in the midst of a couple hundred elk. There was nobody around at all, and they were acting as if they were completely unpressured elk on the fucking refuge or something. It was insane. And I had a cow tag. So, right, Cast? Exactly. It's like I said, one of my best friends. So we were classmates and we grew up playing sports together, stuff like that. But then, you know, like right after high school, grow apart, doing other things. And like I said, just asked him basically as we were chilling, and I was just like, dude, you gotta just. And I told him, and he still has yet to like come experience it, because that was all incredible, yes, but he will perform well in the back country farther, hunting elk, spending time traveling miles, spending time days in the back country. He'll love it all. He'll love all of it and fall right into it. And most people will if they allow themselves to let themselves go into it. But also, you know, there is the physical aspect to it, and you know that, depending on where you're going and how you go about it. If a person goes and is in a situation where they're not physically enjoying it because they're fucking physically miserable the whole time, then I understand it being harder for them. But, you know, there's nowhere that we can't go unless there is some feature as far as, like, you know, I don't want to climb certain cliff, or the glacier or the snow or the water is in such a way that, you know, I don't want to traverse it. Other than that, there's nowhere. Like, you know, we can hike as far as we absolutely need to. If we needed to, you know, we can get horse and alpaca, etc. But, you know, with the stuff on our pack, you know, we can go into a couple week venture over 100 miles if we absolutely had to. That is not necessary to kill animals by any means. Not even relatively close. Like, you know, but I can do things like end up having to hike a mile, 2 miles, etc., or whatever, to like get into a situation to end up killing an animal, and then sometimes get a vehicle to the animal or very close to the animal. That's rare, but that can happen. I mean, usually where we hunt, it's over a mile, sometimes miles packing. So, you know, it depends on what the animal it is, whether it's an elk, mule deer, the size of the elk is what I could say. Because if it's a smaller cow, a younger cow, it's not as big as a fully mature bull, but it's still fucking huge. So yeah, I don't know how else to say that. But I mean, you know, like I as I'm saying that, the bull that I killed, I'll show you a couple more pictures I just did. But yeah, the bull that I killed this year. I had some cool pictures of him. Here's a picture of him on the hoof. This is literally within 1 to 3 minutes before his death. So that bull that I killed this year, to get into a situation to kill him, I've never hunted private land in my entire life. The time's coming though, trust me. The time is fucking coming, buddy. But I have never hunted private land in my life. This bull, public land, over the counter, herd bull, 6-point, herd bull. We parked the vehicle. We actually got really fortunate in this specific situation. We saw him from a distance and we were able to park the vehicle. We had to hike a good ways. Like we had to hike a couple miles and get into a situation with a good wind because of the landscape. And then we made our play. Now this is me and one of my buddies who's still becoming more accustomed to archery hunting elk. So he sat back and was filming me as I made my last approaches from like 300-ish yards away or so, 400 yards away. I had him stay, and then I made the last approach because he could stay there, watch, and I could make my way into this situation. So anyways, that bull, we hiked and hucked ourselves to get to him. By the grace of God, I killed him, and we were able to get the truck 80 yards from that elk. So we still just quartered him up and packed him to the truck, but we got the truck 80 yards from him. Like, that's super rare, super rare. You know, the bear I killed last year right there that you can see the teeth of, that I just got the dating back from, 16 and a half years old, that bear I had to pack out miles. So, yeah. And I was hunting elk the specific day that I killed that bear. It wasn't off of one of my baits. I was in a specific area rifle hunting elk. And I saw this bear and I made the decision to try to kill it, and it all worked out, and I shot this bear at 65 yards. At the bottom of some nasty, nasty, nasty stuff a long ways from the vehicle. No, I don't have private property to hunt on, unfortunately. I'd love to just take you along. That's the thing, though, Mountain. You just got to be with people who have done it and do it. So it's like, and then spend time with them. You know, I grew up with people who were doing it and have done it. I got lucky. My favorite broadhead would be definitely right now. That's hard to explain because it may be one I've never even used. You know, if you can tune your bow right, those single bevel iron will, or the Oscuts from Australia, or if you can have, like, because I mean, like, I like to have as big of an opening as possible. It's all personal. That's why I like to shoot the mechanicals, because I can get a 2 and a 2.5 inch cutting diameter, but it be literally like, you know, flying as a fixed blade. So that's why I kind of like mechanicals, because I usually can get a larger cutting diameter with a little more accuracy. And I've zipped a mechanical through plenty of bull elks' front shoulders and mule deer and pronghorn. You don't shoot a black bear through the scapula, but I have put a mechanical of multiple different kinds and cheap ones through the front shoulder of a bull elk, buried it into and through the heart. I have zipped it through both scapulas of a bull elk. I have zipped it into and buried it into the opposite shoulder. But I'd have to think about it. So, I mean, the time that I shot that bull when I was 17 years old, it zipped through that elk and buried into the tree. It was a raghorn. Then I killed that bull with my Russian friend. That bull, it zipped through both front shoulders, and it was at like 23 yards and was buried into the side of the hill. That specific, and this is just ones I'm thinking off of the top of my head, that specific pronghorn that I named Prongs, I shot him at 18 yards, and I watched that arrow fall, like it caught the fletchings on the opposite shoulder's epidermis, and it dangled off of the opposite side as he was breaking away and turning and running. The bull that I shot this year, I shot him behind the shoulder, but the way that it was quartering, he snapped it off in front of him, inside of him. But it was a double lung shot behind his shoulders. That's so sick, exactly. Yeah, and sometimes again you just have to go through the whole process of packing it. I mean, then one of my buddies' bulls this year, you know, it was a little over 4 miles, and it's just there's nothing we can do. Thankfully, it wasn't an extreme elevation change. It was like 850 feet up, but it was really gradual over that 4 miles, 4.2 some miles. And then again, it was just that long way fucking back, which it's really not that far. But when you have a hind quarter of a fully mature bull elk on your back, it's not easy. Exactly, it's so good, Cass. Exactly. The highs that we feel and the dopamine rushes that we're getting throughout that whole process, it's like, it doesn't even matter, man. Exactly, Mountain. I freaking love it. Exactly. I completely agree. Completely agree. I was feeling it with my cow this year because we did one trip. I killed my cow. I was all alone when I killed this cow, and I had self-service in the process of killing it. So I'll tell you this story really quick. I parked the vehicle. I had a cow tag in this limited draw unit, so I parked the vehicle, and I'm a I'm pretty selfish, so you know I roll out in my comfy clothes. I like wear my comfy sweats and shit. And when I get to the fucking wherever I'm parking, then I get dressed quickly. So anyways, I was like I literally get out of the truck and I'm starting to throw on my camo and get my boots on and stuff. And I'm looking around the truck and I can see in the freaking dark before first light. I'm looking around the vehicle as I'm getting dressed and I could see piss spots all around me. I could see just an immense amount of tracks. I was like, oh my God, a huge herd moved right through here just now. It's like I said, I saw multiple piss spots at the truck. I was like, holy crap. So I was like super amped up. I was like, hey, is it really just gonna happen right here? So I get my stuff, hop the barbed wire fence, start hiking, and I'm creeping and I'm listening and paying attention, but the whole way I'm hiking into this drainage and I come around this ridge, I come into this drainage, and that whole time I'm just seeing piss spots. I saw dozens of I've never seen it before in my life. It doesn't happen like this unless you get onto herds like this in these moments. So I'm like, holy Jesus shit, there's a bunch of fucking elk. And I was like, they were just here. I was like, are they gonna be right here? Because I couldn't hear them. It's like, where are these elk? Making my way. I was like, did I really just hear a bugle? It's like, man, the wind was kind of gusting. I was like, did I really just hear a bugle over that ridge? I was like, that they're here somewhere. So I was like, there's a good chance. Making my way, I was like, that's absolutely a bugle. So because of the way that the wind was, I continued down the drainage, snuck up and over, and when I got to the top of that ridge line, I was crawling because I could hear them bugling and stuff. I was crawling and I was coming over this ridge. And the film that I got once I saw what was going on, I come up and over, and like I said, conservatively 150 elk. There's probably 250, 300 head. And like I said, I come up and over, and out of this pocketed draw, there are just so many elk all the way to the top of the ridge, feeding on top, making their way on this side hill, coming out at the bottom, going crazy. A couple of the bulls were completely covered in mud. This is in November. This is in what the hell was the date of the day that I shot that elk? What's the date? It was November 2nd or the 3rd or the 4th that I shot this cow, is what I'm saying. And a couple of those bulls completely covered in mud. I watched multiple bulls with their noses right up cows' asses, rutting cows, basically. There was multiple just going insane. It was so cool. But that's what I'm saying, yeah. And I kill a cow from that herd. I was alone, kill a cow from that herd, and I had self-service, so I called a buddy and asked him if he would come help me. And so he was able I have to be careful how much I disclose because I just don't want people to know exactly where we are. But anyways, call my buddy. He comes. He's literally able to get to me in time of getting to me, and we take pictures. Take some good pictures and stuff, and then he runs to me out there. He's a little over a mile. It's like it's literally not that far. He runs out there to me. He can't see me from where he's parked, but he hikes up in there and he runs out there to me. Comes out there and helps me take pictures, but he didn't bring anything, so he has to go back to the vehicle. So he took some of my gear and my rifle and went back to the truck and then grabbed his pack and came back to me. So in that during that process, I just went to work. And so I got the front shoulders, one of the hind legs off, the loins, the inner loins, got the teeth out, the ivories, and then he showed up and he helped me with that last hind quarter, and then we packed it out together. But we did it in one trip. And afterwards, after we got done breaking that elk down and getting it ready to be packed up, I was like, we should go check out those elk again. And so we followed them where I thought that they had went. And then once we went up over a couple ridges, I could see where they were, so we cut up over and I caught some film of them. We both got to see them and he got to see them, so that was neat. They were all just bedded up on a couple different ridges over from us. So then we hiked back to the cow, loaded her up into our packs, and then hiked out of there, which it wasn't horrible, but it's never easy putting an elk on your back and packing it out, no matter how jacked up I am. What's up, Brandon? Haha, that's funny, Brandon. That's funny. Well, you still got a couple hours of sleep, but I get it. I'd be setting about 10 alarms so that I don't miss it. What's up, Justin? That's sick. You're out in Kentucky about to go smack down on some whitetail. Yeah, I agree, Mountain. What's up, Justin? We're just chilling right now. People are listening to me BS about nothing. I completely agree, Mountain. I completely agree. Exactly. I was with my buddy hunting for, a little over a week, so it wasn't a long time, but I was out there with him for a little over a week in a specific unit that he had drawn hunting elk. And he didn't kill one while we were together, which was disappointing, of course. But I mean, and I loved my time being out with him. We had so much fun. We didn't kill one, and then he killed that bull while he was all alone. I mean, and he was messaging me, calling me basically at like first light. I have this bull here. I'm like, you absolutely have to kill him if you get an opportunity. And he ends up making a play, gets 240-ish yards from this bull and some cows, and is laying there for a couple hours in the rain and sleet, snow. Well, it's super duper windy. It's like 30 degrees-ish, but the rain and that sleeting snow and the wind causes it to be quite a bit colder. But he was like really, really cold. I felt bad for him. He made it a fantastic shot on that elk. He told me he obviously told me he shot it, and so I mean, as soon as he told me he killed it, I was getting my stuff ready to go help him. Drove out there, and he just sent me waypoints of where he was. And so that day, actually, my buddy, one of my best friends who was with me when I killed my bull, he came with me, and we hiked into where he was. It's funny because he's like, "Is there anything I can do?" And I was like, "No, you have to get good pictures," because he drew a really good limited draw unit and he killed a smoker. And I was like, no. He's like, don't you think I could gut it? Don't you think we could get good pictures even though I gut it? Or even if I gut it? Or he's like, don't you think if I gut it we can still get good pictures? And I was like, no, don't even fucking touch it. I was like, don't touch it. I was like, you already killed it. I was like, don't even touch it, basically. But I was like, just don't even touch the elk. I was like, because it was so cold. Cold out. I was like, we're going to get to him in time. Like, we got to him really quick. So, I mean, as soon as he told me he killed the elk, basically, I was getting my stuff together to leave. We drive out there, and then we hiked to him and took pictures of that elk and processed that bull for him. Me and my other buddy that got to him. We go out there to him, process that elk for him. And I'm like, it must be nice. You get to hike into a place, kill a trophy elk, and then have other people come break it down and pack it out for you. As a joke, but that's what I'm saying. We got to go into some incredible country. It's just the whole thing was incredible. It was snowing, raining, sleeting, overcast, super windy the whole day, but it was so beautiful. It's hard to explain how gorgeous it was. We're having so much fun. That's so cool, Justin. Exactly. I want to go out there to hunt feral hogs so bad and the axis deer, but I would love to go out there just to hunt the feral hog and the goats. I'd love that so much. That's awesome, Brandon. Good. I hope you get a buck that moves across. And are you hunting from a tree stand on like a travel route or something? That's freaking awesome. I hope you get an opportunity. Funny you guys say that because it's actually been such a mild, like it's November and we have barely any snow out here. Like it's been colder. I told you the last couple of days it's been 20-ish degrees with like 30-40 mile an hour wind, which is not horrible, but it's enough to drop the temperature. And I decided I needed to start the fires. Got any bear ghosts at trophies? Yeah, right, Cast. Well, like the guy gets to draw a nice tag. He gets to hike out in this place and kill a trophy old bull, and then just hang out while we hike in there, process it for him, pack it out for him. Like, geez, man, you get the gentleman hunt, freaking lucky guy. Oh God, man, 68 degrees. I like the warm weather because then I'm basically butt ass naked in the country with the sun on me the whole time, like a psycho native or something. But I like I can't stand when it's hot and I'm hunting. Oh fuck. Oh, you got any Bear Scouts? Dude, it's funny you say that. No, man, my brother's an Eagle Scout, and I have no Bear Scouts training. What a loser, huh? His I don't know the terminology well, but like his the head of like how he got his Eagle Scouts badge or whatever. Those guys always ask me to go on trips with them and go help with them, and I should have like a dummy. I didn't because there's all sorts of stuff I don't know. There's all sorts of bushcraft that I do not know, and it's embarrassing. If you guys haven't watched Alone, man, some of the Alone is like there are some super duper goofy ass motherfuckers on there, but some of the finalists are just phenomenal. Phenomenal. It's incredible. And all of them. It's like pretty incredible the bushcraft that some of them know. Tell who how much of a bum he is. See, yeah, you're right. You can't even do that stuff there. Yeah, I don't even hang any of my stuff anymore. I just freaking process it immediately. The avocado pigs and macadamia nut pigs, meaning that they're eating on of that stuff? Dude, what the hell? There's no way. Stop teasing us, man. That's like crop-fed, corn-fed whitetail and elk. That's cool, Justin. That's way cool. I can only imagine. I love hog. One, I've raised swine my entire life, and we had a swine farm, but I've always wanted to hunt and eat wild hog. What's up, Brandon? Well, fuck, everybody's seen you, duh. Well, I do whitetail hunt, and I whitetail hunt back in South Dakota, Brandon, but here in Wyoming, yes, I do whitetail hunt, but I almost exclusively mule deer hunt, but I do whitetail hunt. Yes, it's just there's a lot more mule deer here, and in a lot of the areas that I hunt, there's no whitetail at all. But we do go out of our way to hunt whitetail, and as a matter of fact, I filled my over the counter tag, and I didn't draw a limited draw tag. But if I had not killed the mule deer, right now I would be up hunting whitetail in a couple different specific units. Yes, Michael, I do keep the skulls, and I keep the paws and the feet, and I keep the entire pelt. Oh God, Justin, I can only imagine that those hogs are delicious. See, Brandon Black, that is badass. I think, Steven Ranella in one of his videos. He's in Kentucky hunting an elk I don't know how he got that tag, but he was hunting elk in Kentucky, and there's literally trophy bulls in Kentucky, and evidently the herds are doing pretty dang good down there. It'd be amazing for you to get on one. Hopefully you do. Man, any of you guys, you don't have to just subscribe or watch my page just to like watch my stuff. If you guys ever want to link or connect or whatever, you found another person that's out here in the West that can help you guys out. Yes, we've all, including that guy, have all done it all alone. And because of that, I do not let my friends do it alone. I know what it's like packing out a bull elk all alone. It is not easy. I know what it's like packing out every single species that I can hunt here alone. And it's like I said, if I can, I don't let my friends do it alone. One of my buddies that killed a trophy bull this year, he killed close to a 350-inch bull with his bow this year, all alone. He packed that bull out all alone. And I asked him the question because I know where he was hunting, because I was hunting deer up there this year. And I was like, man, how the fuck did you pack that elk out all alone? And he just laughed about it, because we know. But yeah, that's funny. If he's a real man, he'd do all that himself. I'm going to tell him that next time. No, we all give each other the royal treatment. That's funny. That's funny. Now that you say that, it seems like if any of us kill the person, we're all wanting to, do all the work and help everybody else out. So it's nice when you have friends like that. Cast, I'm not from South Dakota, but my family, my dad, his family homesteaded, and we have a farm in South Dakota. So I grew up in South Dakota, coming back and forth. So I hunt whitetail and pheasant back on the farm, and we raised crop, and we raised swine as a swine farm on the farm. But where I live now, we also raise swine for FFA and 4-H sort of stuff, and just for, sort of stuff, and we sell sows. I mean, we've gotten away from a lot of that, but yeah. That's so cool. Giles County, Virginia, killing elk. Brandon. Steve. Dude, it's badass to have you guys coming in on the chat, just so you know. I'm gonna have to figure out things to give you guys. That's freaking awesome, and I wish I could just invite you all to come hunting. Emily's messages made me laugh, but it's that thing. Like I said, I had a girlfriend that I was extremely, extremely close with. That we were seriously dating. So I mean, I can understand because of the way that she looked at me when we very, very first started to be around each other and we'd communicate about this stuff. But I just started to take her out more and more. And I didn't force her, but I took her to do things like, I took her brookie fishing one time in the mountains, and she fell deeply in love with it. And I cooked those brookies for us in the mountains, and she ate them and was deeply in love with it. And I was like, obviously. What the fuck? So I was like, so then she's having all sorts of conflict in her mind. Because she's like, I want to eat fucking the meat. I'm like, duh. Because you're supposed to be. Well, that's funny. What are you doing for work, Mountain? That's funny that you're at work right now. I'm just chilling, man. It's up so late. And then because I've had guys popping in during the live, I'm hanging out. So, right now, I'm just chillaxing. Here, I'll show you another set of sheds that I picked up. Here's a set I found. The video is too close to there. can see that. A small 5x6 busted in this unit. They fight like crazy where I found him. Yeah, found this set. I'm always proud of this stuff. It's so cool and it's so unique to me. I love it so much. I found this year. And then at the same exact spot that I found Michael both. Because if I kill a bull elk or an elk with my shotgun, it's going to have to be a slug. It doesn't have to be, but I'm going to use a slug. But I use a buckshot for like most of the small game and bird and stuff. But I found, like I said, I like showing this one off because it's just such a pretty freaking shed. That 3-point with that freaking, God. But in the same spot that I found this one, I found this buck. And in this specific area, I was out looking for artifact. I spend a large amount of my time during summer out scouting, looking for artifact. Native American artifact. But yeah, I found those sheds together, which are pretty dang cool. And I'm always keeping my eyes open for this year's drop shed that I can use to rattle with. Have I ever killed a red stag? No, not yet. Not yet. I want to go to New Zealand so bad. I want to go to New Zealand to be able to spend some time there doing a couple different hunts for chamois, chamois. I've heard it enunciated, pronounced a couple different ways. Tar and stag, so bad. Nope, I'm not that big. You do have stag there, you're right, but are they you have red stag in Australia, that makes sense, obviously, but then also you have a stag deer of like, do you have fallow deer in Australia? And what other deer do you have in Australia? I feel stupid for fumbling my words because I should know. You have the red stag, but you also have that red deer, which is not a red stag, right? You have like the smaller red deer as well, and then you have the fallow deer, and then potentially like one or two other fallow deer. Sambo deer is what I was thinking of. The samba deer was what I was thinking of that looks like a smaller red deer. Hog deer, I'll have to look that up. That's cool. That's cool. I want to come to Australia so bad. So bad. I've said that. Australia is I would like go spend time in the outback. How I see Adam Greentree, I keep making reference to him because he's one of the few people who I followed who's like showcases a lot of his hunting there. If I could go do that stuff, oh my God, it would be so much fun. Yeah, exactly. Fallow, samba. Okay. Yep. It is. You're absolutely right. Germany as well, I think, and that area of Europe. It's not only from England, but it's like from that area of Europe, I think, now that you say that. So I think it's also in Germany and in a couple places over there. I need to play some fucking music. That is funny. I gotta play some non-copyrighted music. Come on. That's pretty cool, Michael. Have you ever spent any time in the full outback? Where, I've seen videos of Adam where, he's out hunting water buffalo, wild cattle, the varying species of deer, and he'll spend just, 2 weeks backpacking around in the outback and coming up to water sources that are like literally small ass water holes, basically, that have fucking gator in them, which is insane. Oh, it's so cool. Yeah, you're right. There's that, and I think that because there were some species, you're right, and there were some species that were brought over for nobles, by nobles, something like that, as gifts. That's funny. 1 second, I'm trying to find my damn remote. I don't know what the hell how I misplaced it. So, do any of you guys have any dream hunts? I throw on some headphones so I can listen to some music at least, because I get freaking hit with copyright all kinds. I've only been streaming a couple times, 5-6 times, and a couple of them I've gotten a copyright little thing because I think the music that I was playing in the background. So New Zealand or sorry, Michael. Queensland and New South Wales are nowhere near the outback. Then. That's so sick though that you've still seen wild cattle. Like I said, those, as you said, are about as feral as anything else. You keep retracting your fucking messages and I can't read them, bro. I don't care what you post. I don't care. Do I have some slugs for this 410? No. Not right now. Managed animals, yes. Do you mean like on a preserve? Or I mean, do you mean like on a game ranch? Where people can pay to go hunt them on high fence? Or what do you mean by managed animals, Michael? If I could find my goddamn remote, I'd play fucking music for you guys. Polar bear. Do you mean high fence animals where you can pay to kill them in a high fence? Or do you mean like a protected animal? Because there's many species that are protected, honestly. In different places. Depending on where you're at. So I practice my blowgun in my room every single day. Every single day. I shoot about 6 yards, 7 yards, and I shoot at this little teeny. I have a baseball and I have this other little ball, but I set a water bottle cap on it. A little plastic water bottle cap on it. That's what I shoot at. If you start smoking that thing on the regular, you're solid. Managed animals. I don't really know what that means, I guess. Tell me what that means, Mountain. What does managed animals mean? You know, the grizzly bear where I live are managed. The wolves, the wolf where I live are managed. The bison. Manged animals. Mange. That's what you meant. Do animals get mange? Absolutely. It's extremely rare in nature. It happens, and I guess in some regions it can happen more than in other places. But you know, those animals get eradicated pretty dang quick. It does happen. It does happen. It's just super rare. Super rare, but you know, a coyote, all animals can get it in a way, I think. But you know, we have had, you know, coyotes. I was kind of lost too. I didn't completely understand. He's like polar bear, and then it was like, okay, so you talk about endangered species that are protected and managed, or what? Watch here. Watch. I'll show you this real quick. Mom's deer. It's a smoker buck. Look at that countryside. Mama's deer. One of Mom's deer. She's always killing trophies. Yeah, we get mange. Those things get fucking whacked quick if you see a manged animal. Yeah, that was a good buck. He's like 185 inches. And a very old buck. Watch here. I'll show you this real quick. Here is Mom's basement. Oops, I can't show you a sidewards. One of our favorite things in this life are our pronghorn. I could show the slideshow indefinitely. These are just a bunch of pictures that I've either taken or like of the house, etc., hunting memories type of thing. Pronghorn is like our family's thing. We love them so much. Killed plenty of prongs. Yeah. I love the slideshow and the memories it strikes is hilarious. Looking at one of the bulls I just killed. That the ones. Neither. It's the last remaining species in the world of its kind. The closest relation is a giraffe. Actually. Yeah, exactly. They evolved. They're one of the last remaining that were of the older of the late Pleistocene, as well as a mountain goat. There's very few, if they're like one of the only things on Earth existing from that time period in where we live. Yep, exactly. It's really unique. We just love them so much. I love all of the animals, but the pronghorn and God are they gorgeous. They're just gorgeous, striking colors. That buck that I just showed you, that I was asking you, that's a picture of him. Public land. I killed him all alone. He's a Boone and Crockett buck. Thank you so much, Michael. Yeah, no, he's really, really good. He's a Booner. He's not the only one I've killed either. I've killed quite a few Boone and Crockett bucks. That's just our family's thing. But like I said, I killed him all alone. And I've killed plenty all alone. Yes. Mountain, yes. We get them all scored professionally. There's another one right there. That's the buck I killed last year. That buck right there. That buck is also a Booner. I also killed that buck all alone. I was alone when I killed him. I found him and killed him alone, as well as that buck. But I have an upper hand because I've been doing it all my life. And I've been raised by people who are really good at it. What is the heaviest punk on use of killed? Yeah, thank you, Mountain. I'm super lucky. We get all scored. Pretty much all the animals that I kill, all the males I get scored, no matter what. Like the bull I killed this year is not enormous. The bull elk I killed, but I'm still gonna get him scored. He'll make Pope and Young for sure. Thanks, Michael. The way that you worded that, not many people know. It is a hell of a nice buck, exactly. That's why he's dead, buddy. That's why he's fucking dead. It's about as big as they get. Ooh, there you go, Michael. Shit, that's hard. The bases on that buck are like 6.5. Let me. I've got I've got a tape measure right here. I'll freaking tape him quick and see what these bases are. I lied. I lied, Michael. So yeah, exactly. And this is just me freeballing it, but I'm pulling the fucking thing look it. I'm pulling this motherfucker as tight as I can. And you read what it says. Exactly. So it's a pretty fucking heavy buck. He's over 7 inches in mass on the bottom. That's not the heaviest buck we've killed either. That's funny because I threw that buck up and I asked you to guess, and I was like, your guys' hint is mass. That's funny. That buck's got 7-inch bases, so he's got a bigger fucking measurement below his prong. Oh, that's funny. That's a smoker buck. I get tickled every time I touch that buck. I forget how heavy he is. We've killed bigger too. I've killed bigger. That's what's crazy. You don't have to have it, but to get big scoring pronghorn, if you have big mass, yeah, it's a major factor. That made me laugh. He's such a smoker buck. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's a hell of a nice buck. Thanks, Michael. That's just the best compliment I've had. That is a dandy buck. God. A once in a lifetime buck, that's for sure. And like I said, I've literally killed bigger. That's what's crazy. Here's another bull. He's busted on that opposite side. They fight a lot in this unit. And this bull, the game warden told me she thinks it was 12.5 years old. First shot, I hammered him through the shoulder. Sorry. First shot was behind the shoulder, the one where you can see it's kind of higher. And then I hammered him in the shoulder. The first shot was like 6 yards. Second shot right at 20. Then I killed this raghorn, which I don't even care. I killed this raghorn at almost the same distance. He's got kind of cool crown tops like a stag. I really don't know, but that buck I showed you right there with that tape measure, he's bases of 7 inches. That is mind-boggling. Gotta show that sucker off again. What a dang good picture of that buck. Look at him. He looks fake. God, he is a good buck. found him all alone, killed him all alone. And I filmed it. I've gotten extremely lucky. Many, many times I've been blessed over and over and over and over and over and over again. It just keeps happening. I mean, I killed that bull at less than 12 yards, and he was coming to kill me. And he was a herd bull on public ground. God. Look at the size of that bear's head. I was looking at the picture on the screen, so I'm looking at my slideshow. Look at the size of that guy. Look at his head. Oh, what a gorgeous bear. What a gorgeous bear. I need to get him back ASAP. He's got a cool scar on his face, just like the bear I killed last year. The bear I killed last year has got such a nasty scar on the snout. It's so cool. He's super duper cool. Hope you guys are doing good. I'm just chilling, just hanging out, chatting, BSing. If you guys want to see anything, talk about anything, just throw it up. If you want me to show you anything, just say. Just reminiscing on some hunts. Dude, thanks, Cast. Bro, thank you, man. Hope you're having a good night. Hope you get some rest. Dude, good luck. Hit me up. I'll be here, bro. There's another one. I'll show you this one. It's another booner. Oops. Sorry for the orientation. I named that buck Prongs. It's one of my best friends who's no longer here. He filmed that picture. This is a screenshot of when he was filming me kill a mule deer that I had snuck up on, and I was shooting this buck at 42 yards, slightly quartering away. I hammered that deer. Oh, there's that buck again. He's not ultra tall, and he's got that wanky right horn, and this isn't the best angle. But that buck had, like, enormous prongs. Enormous prongs. It's some of the biggest prongs of any buck we've ever killed. For sure. There he is again. You can get a better look at that prong. But he made book because of his prongs and the mass. That's what's crazy. Archery shot. I zipped it right through the scapula of that buck. You can see it. It dangled off the opposite side of him. Heart shot. That was from a backpacking trip. Thanks, Mountain. I've gotten so lucky, dude. I've killed so many Boone Crockett pronghorns. My brother, my dad, my mom. We've gotten lucky. Arrowheads, like I said, there's actually an Australian brand, Michael. It's called Ozcut, is what I liked to use a few years ago. I used them for one season, but I just shoot some expandables that are called Sever. Dude, Mountain. There's nothing like pronghorn, and people say they're stupid and easy to hunt. They're fucking idiots. Anybody can just drive around. But to isolate and kill a big mature buck, oh, dude. There's nothing in the world like it. There's nothing like it. And I've spot and stalked them, but I like to kill them over water from a blind. There's nothing like it. There's nothing in the world like it. It's the best thing ever. I shot that buck right there. I shot that buck at about 34, 35 yards-ish, something like that, and he came to water. And, yeah, no, Iron Will has actually been around for a little while. They're solid, and their design, Michael, is like that Ozcut I just said to you. They're both a single bevel, flat, just like two-blade broadhead. They're super nice. I like them. That's sick. That's cool, my Mountain. Well, yeah, and there's more in the southern and mid part of the state than there is up north. They're the coolest things, dude. There used to be hundreds of thousands here. There used to be so many, and they've just decimated the herds. It's disgusting. I could rant on that forever. But yeah, that buck, he watered directly at me. So I was just trying to be patient, and he's fucking staring right at the blind. And I was just like, hopefully just let him be calm. Because I've seen them put their mouth to the water and draw and then turn around and sprint away. I've seen them do that and then not come back to water for another 2 days. I've seen it. So anyways, that buck came, he watered directly at me. And there's a big berm on the side of that pond, of that water hole I was watering, or at, that he was watering at. And it was like in a movie, man. He watered facing me, and then as I felt that he was going to start to step up, he was kind of like in the mud a little ways with his head down. And as he started to step up, I drew. And he stood up, took a couple steps, and stopped on the top of that berm, looking over the valley. It was insane, quartering away. I just fucking smoked him. I got lucky again, but I just hammered him. Oh my god. I got so lucky. He was looking off into the abyss, had no idea what was going on when he took that arrow. And that teeth, I'm showcasing the teeth of that. I love that picture. That bear's 16 and a half years old. As far as all of the bear that I was flipping through that were killed in 2024, there wasn't a bear that was killed that was that old. Paul Medell, guys. Elk Nut. If you don't know who he is, I'd start listening to him. Both mountain. It just depends. It just depends. If you can get the features of the land and the wind in your favor, then you go and you try to creep up on them. But I do ambush them by waiting. Like I said, I mean, it's not the best example, but when I'm killing pronghorn out of a blind, I'm sitting inside of a blind and I'm not moving. I can sit there sometimes for literally days. I've sat in a blind for 2 weeks before killing that buck. I didn't have a shot, and it was 2 weeks before I killed that buck. Now, I didn't sleep in the blind, but I was in the blind from sun up till sundown for 2 weeks, and that's really hard to do. When I'm hunting elk, mule deer. Dude, Michael, I have been. I did a live stream 2 days ago while I was hunting coyotes, and then I didn't have service when I killed my elk, or otherwise I would have, but I will start live streaming. In this winter, which is now, it's starting to come winter, I'm going to start every time I have service. I'm going to be live streaming while we're out hunting duck, while we're out hunting coyote, calling coyote, bobcat, fox, while we're out running trap lines, hunting beaver, any type of small game. Yeah. Of course, it's extremely hard, Mountain. It's extremely hard. It's extremely, extremely hard. You have to have all of the factors working in your favor, and then your chances of pulling it off are barely above zero. So it's not easy. And you just get, the more experience you have, there's a lot of unconscious idiosyncrasies and things that you may do that place you in the situation, but I still hunt a lot, and I kill a lot of animals still hunting. Yes. Sometimes when I'm still hunting and creeping in / stalking in on them, I'm able to get myself into a situation and kill them without them knowing I'm getting there. But if I'm still hunting with a rifle, I'm doing it in hopes of doing this, and I'm trying to creep as silently and as silent, as slow, and as observing as possible, while observing as much as possible. But I'm also knowing that I may have the chances where we kind of just it sees and hears you and is presenting you a shot as you come into a visual. And you kind of only have a few seconds. I don't know how else to say that. But I've killed plenty of animals in their bed by getting on them and them not knowing that I was there and then killing them in their bed. It's extremely hard to do, but I think that that's like the epitome of it all. If you can kill an animal when they're in their bed, because usually they're not on a full-on sleep, but they're in this state of hyper paying attention and feeling of everything while they're chilling, they're resting. So it's really hard to kill them when they're in their bed, but it's a time to kill them because they're non-moving and you may have the features of the land and the wind in such a way where you may be able to pull it off. And killing elk, my tactics are different depending on where I am and what I'm doing, I guess, where I am. But I target mature bulls in their bed. So, personally, I let them get to their bed. And as soon as they're in their fucking bedding, I get into their bubble and I display for them and try to make them uncomfortable, basically. But it's not the only way that I kill elk specifically. I've killed elk by ambush. I've killed elk by spot and stalk. I've killed elk by calling them with cow calls. And like this year, I killed that bull with literally bull sounds. He thought I was a bull encroaching on him. And I was able to get myself into a situation without his cows and him seeing or smelling me and close enough, and it worked out. It's very hard to do. I got lucky. I love moving around mountain. Exactly. I love. Though that's the thing is you just don't know because we're doing a lot of still hunting and stuff. When I was helping my cousin for the 3 or 4 days that I was helping him specifically while he was here, and I was like, we should go sit in this specific area on the edge of these specific drainages where they can feed out to us in these ways. And we were sitting there and they fed out on us. And he killed a cow by doing that. So, I don't know. It's funny. I need to get better at making film. I need to make more appeasing films, and I need to be like going out with agendas that are like that people want to see. I'm definitely going to be streaming live more while I'm out hunting, as much as I have the service to be able to do so. That's becoming more, but it's about a 50-50. And anytime we're in the quote back country, we're not going to have service. But like when I was hunting coyote and when I was topping out where I had killed my cow, I was able to have service. I need to show you guys some of these pictures. So this mountain goat right here, look at that belly. Ended up being a Boone and Crockett belly. Look at the cliffs. Hunted that belly for 2 weeks during the time that I was hunting, and I didn't kill that specific belly, but one of my best friends drew the tag as well. And I helped him kill his mountain goat, and he killed his 2 days after I killed mine. Look at those goats chilling right there. Pretty accessible spot to do it, too. You can kill those goats. Doesn't happen very often. They're in a spot you can get to them. Where I was hunting, anyways. What's up, murder? Yeah, no, you're right, exactly. And I'm gonna have to like a battery pack attached to it, exactly. I have Bruce everywhere. Bruce is all over, as well as some other people as for inspiration, but I always have Bruce everywhere. And then I always keep the memories and some of the best memories and obviously hanging around. Anybody that's just popping in, what's up? What's up, murder? Dude, that just depends, I guess. My favorite overall hunting caliber is something like the 300 Wim Mag or the 7mm, or sorry, the 7 Rem. But I also, like, I've been shooting a 280 is what I shot my elk with this year. It's one of my favorite guns. The specific gun was a gift. Man, it's just a personal preference. A 7, a 300. are like my favorites. Pretty much. Though it's hard to go wrong with certain guns. Yeah, that's badass, exactly. My dad always has shot a 270, and it's a gun he shot all my life, was a 270. Exactly. I love a 7 mag. That's like my favorite gun, exactly. Yeah, we're just chilling. I was just hanging out, just was BSing and talking about a bunch of stuff. I was showing some pictures off of the elk that I've killed, the bull I killed this year, talking about the hunt. And then I was just showing some pictures off of my pronghorn and such. 270 is such a universal and accessible caliber. Like, well, you can't go wrong with it. It's there. I can't ever fucking find a 280. You know, I have to order it, and it's just and not on the shelves very much. Yeah, you can kill anything with that 270. Definitely. I mean, that's what I'm saying. My dad used it to kill elk all my life. And deer, of course. Multiple guns, though, because, you know, the 300 gets used often. The 338 gets used often. Yeah, exactly, Michael. That's so sick. Exactly. My buddy was just killed his beaver tonight with those 17 HMR. Oh, that makes sense. What's up, Nathan? Yeah, the 280, I can never find it on the shelves. Ever. It seems like. And because of that, I was like, well, I better just get to building another gun. And I was like, when I was thinking about that, you asked that question, I was like, probably just, you know, it's either a 300 Win Mag or a 17. Or sorry, or a 7 Remington. And either one. I saw I was looking at a 7 tonight. Dude, exactly. My mountain. People rag on it, rag on varying calibers, etc. I've seen the Creedmoor and the PRC perform fantastic. Out to 650, 700 yards, that thing's a smoker for big game. I don't shoot that far at big game personally, but I've seen, and I've had one of my closest friends was using a 6.5 Creedmoor, and he shot a bull elk at 650 yards with it. It's funny that I'm using those numbers together. It's like 650-ish, 600 and some yards. And, you know, that's like the downrange ballistics for big game for the 6.5, but he hammered it. He hammered that bull. I mean, as far as the way that the bullet performed, you know, it killed it. Deader than dead. The bull made no distance. I can't completely see Murder. Are you Hispanic? I was just listening to some. It's funny. I shouldn't even say that. I was just listening to some SPM. Was one of the songs that passed through. Funny. Some people don't even know who that is. I've been listening to SPM since I was rolling in middle school, man. I'm laughing at myself right now. What's up, Nathan? Same, bro. We're just chilling, talking about hunting. I was showing off some guns, showing off some of the hunting pictures. Well, yeah, Mountain, it definitely has a range farther than that. But to... How should I say this? To... Just one sec. Good. Ethically kill a bull elk. To ethically kill a bull elk with a 6.5, from what I understand, you probably want to kill it at under than 600 yards. A bull elk. If you're shooting a smaller game, like a goat, deer, then you can probably kill them a lot farther. And you can probably kill a bull elk at farther than and out to 1,000 yards with a 6.5. I just don't know exactly what those guys are shooting at those extreme distances when they're killing bull elk, when they're shooting them at 1,000 or more yards. I still think they're shooting like 300 and stuff. Yeah, I know exactly. The accurate effective range for the 6.5 is that, and it's all on how you shoot. You can shoot those things and have them set up optically and set up in a way that, man, you can poke out there. It's just a personal preference, though. It's a personal preference, to each their own. I don't care. Though my buddy and I had the conversation, I like to shoot my animals close. But if you've shot an animal and you've wounded it and it's at a distance, you have the ethical, moral obligation as a sportsman to be able to kill that animal as fast and as, so it doesn't suffer in a way. So it's like, if you can then shoot at a distance, you'd better get it done. I like how that is worded, and I completely agree. But I don't shoot my animals at any... I've never shot a big game animal past 280 yards. Like, it's just personal. And I've killed dozens, so I mean... I don't shoot at distance. But I do shoot at distance. I don't shoot big game at distance, so it's just a personal preference. And again, it's like all part of the game and the experience and the whole process for me. Like, see, that's nothing. 400 yards is nothing. And I've gotten more open to shooting at distance for shots. It's just a personal thing. Like, it's just a personal thing. Like, I can get within 600 yards of elk all the fucking time, and I do, not every time, but, I get into those distances so easily. So it's like, I just get in within 200 yards. That's how I do it. I shot my cow at 170 yards this year, and I had 5 trophy bulls at less than 300 yards and hundreds of elk around me. It was insane. So, I mean, yeah, I love it. Dude, I bet they're... Yeah, no, exactly, Michael. I don't think you guys have a black mamba, do you? But it's got, like, the most dangerous snakes in anywhere in the world. You got all sorts of creepy crawlies, man. Watch, I'll show you guys some more pictures, but I love showcasing this. It's my greatest experience in this life. Look at the mountains. Look at the cliffs. Look at that Billy. I've gotten super duper duper lucky. Thanks Nathan. I'll show you all sorts of pictures, but that like this was one of the pictures I was showing of the bull that I killed this year. I killed that guy with my bow this year. But that mountain goat is exactly, it's one of my favorite things in this life. Red bellies, kings, browns, eastern browns, tiger snakes. Yeah, they are all dangerous, Mike. Exactly, Mountain. That's funny. The dangerous snakes that we have here are rattlesnakes. And I love them. I spent my whole life with them. I think they're beautiful. I love them. I think they're gorgeous. I don't fuck with them. I have had them in my hands, and I go around them, and I take pictures, but you do not want to get bit by those snakes, and I'm not taking the chance of getting bit by them in the fucking countryside as far as I am from a vehicle to take that risk. But we, one of the things we do is we catch them, and we put them on ice, and I get them into the cold, and then that's how you kill them without harming like their skeleton or skin at all. Oh, it's cool. Ha! That's so true. That's funny. That's hilarious. I gotta go to Alaska and spend some time in Alaska and Canada and kill a mountain goat. That way I can make a full body suit out of a mountain goat. There's no way I'm making a coat out of that Billy, that once in a lifetime Billy. I'll never get that tag again in my entire life. By law, I can't yet. I don't know how much you guys have listened to SPM, and I threw that up because, like I said, I looked like there was a Hispanic guy that came in, and it made me think of SPM because that's what I'm listening to, or was listening to. That one song came on, and what I was gonna say is I agree with him. Yeah, look at this. I wish I could show you better viewing. Good night, bro. I wish you guys could see the mountain better. Look at that landscape. You saw a bunch of mountain goats when you were out there, Mountain? That's funny. Well, the areas that you went, you kind of targeted the areas where they're going to be. And, no, the tags are extremely hard. They're in very isolated areas. And yeah, I can only draw that tag once in my lifetime. And I did. I got super duper duper lucky. It's getting late here too. That's funny. I've just been chilling. It's fun hanging out with you guys. Yeah, we'll have to go. I was like, we need to do lives. Well, yeah. Completely agree, Michael, obviously. An absolute fortune. I'll have to do some lives where at like the range. What's up, Kate? I killed the goat in Wyoming. Yep. Wyoming goat. It's 120. It sucks. The goat's the highlight of my hunting life, Kate. I once in a lifetime goat, and I killed them all alone. I was all alone, miles in the backcountry wilderness on the edge of Yellowstone. A few feet from Yellowstone, actually. I should show those pictures off more because it's just, the country was insane. Absolutely insane. Like the highest density of grizzly in the continental. Higher density of grizzly than in certain areas of in like the Northwest and in Alaska. Insane amount of grizzlies. Wolf, obviously. And like I said, I was hunting the edge of the park. Miles into the backcountry. It was so badass. Badass. It was so sick. And I killed them all alone. Yeah. I'm bummed for you too. That would have been awesome to see a grizzly for sure, of course. Yeah, I remember you saying that. That is awesome. It's awesome that you saw everything you did. It's awesome that you saw bison. It's awesome that you saw that black bear. You said you saw. Did you say you saw? Oh yeah, you said you saw one coyote. You thought potentially maybe a wolf, but didn't know for sure. Yeah, you're lucky, dude. People do go out into those areas and not see anything. I gotta look for that. It's really annoying me. I can't believe I misplaced that remote. Why are you asking, Cade? Why are you trying to dox me, Cade, man? Yeah, there was literally nothing in this life like hunting that mountain goat. Yeah, I am. Yeah, I am. Yep. I don't like people knowing, but I am extremely proud of it, and it's yeah, I was born and raised here. It's my favorite place in this world, and I'm extremely lucky to be a resident. But I don't like people knowing that, obviously. I don't like people knowing where we are. But oh god, it's the greatest place in the world. It's the best place in the world to hunt. That's my opinion about it. I wouldn't change it for anything. The only thing I would change is less non-residents. But that's being really selfish. That's funny. It's true though. It is true though. Less non-residents and things would be solid. That is true. That is true. I do want you guys to get to experience the landscape, but I don't want to share my hunting spots. That's a fact. Well, they're so good because nobody else goes to them. So I try to keep it that way as much as possible. Though when you have experiences like the mountain goat hunt, you go into places where you won't see people at all. I was hunting for 30 days and I didn't see a soul while I was hunting. Now, for the majority of the time, one of my best friends and my brother, at varying times, they were hunting with me. But for the last 2 weeks, I was hunting alone, and that's when I killed it. So, I mean... Oh, that's so cool, Cade. So do you know who Paul Medell is? He's an Idahoan, or however you would say that. I would love to come hunt Idaho. I never have been able to. But like I say about like the Wyoming thing, you know, I've never had to leave, you know, and I spend so much of my time during fall hunting here that it's hard to go elsewhere. And I don't want to yet. I want to, but I spend so much time hunting here. You know, and I have a bull tag every year. I have a deer tag every year. I have my bear baits that you know, every year. So it's like that stuff just takes up my fall, and I have no reason to go anywhere else. Exactly. I agree about that exactly, and it's happening here. It's happening here. You know, I've noticed since I was younger, there's been a lot of the same exact people in Colorado people come here, not to bash on mountain. It's the Colorado people that it's hard to explain. Like there's been a lot of Colorado people here that will come here that don't really respect it in the ways that I would want. I don't know how else to say that. But some of my best friends are from Colorado, though. Don't forget that. Like some of my best friends in this life live in and are from Colorado, and I love Colorado. It's just I am from a super conservative place, and I like that for these aspects. You know, a lot of the places I go, we don't see people, and I love that. It's hard to explain. Yes, I do want to share it with other people, and I do love sharing it with other people, but it's also those ways for certain reasons because people don't know about them, you know, and people don't go out into those places. Yeah, exactly. It happens. Exactly. Same here. Same here, Mountain. And yeah, exactly, Cade. Exactly. Your name looks so familiar, Cade. Exactly. Um, do you know who Paul Medell is, Cade? He's the man, bro. He's the man. Don't forget, if you don't know who he is, he's an Idahoan. You should look him up and watch his YouTube videos and listen to everything he has to say about hunting elk, cause he's a good guy. Oh, dude, you don't? Come on, bro. Uh, elk hunting is my favorite thing in this life. Paul, I am so grateful that I found Paul. I've hunted since birth, and Paul's helped me realize and understand things that I just wouldn't have known. I just wouldn't have known. Thank God I found Paul Medell. Um, I've killed a lot of elk. The bull I killed this year is because of, I can't say it's completely because no matter what you read or watch of other people, it doesn't get you in front of the elk and definitely doesn't shoot them for you. But yeah, I killed that bull this year with a huge help from Paul. He doesn't know, and I've never met him, but if I didn't come across what he had taught me, I definitely wouldn't be where I am now. That's for sure. And I killed a herd bull at point blank again this year. So, yes, Michael, for certain specific animals, coyote, fox. Basically, that's specifically it. Beaver, muskrat, sable slash pine marten or varying weasel. Yeah, exactly. Only small game. You can't big game here where we live. In Alaska and Canada, you can. I don't know if you can in Alaska. I should take that back. But in Canada, and I guess if you're like a native, things change. But they can go and trap wolf, etc. Well, you can trap wolf, Michael, because they're a predator. So, or sorry, mountain. That's the only thing that is a big game here a big game animal that you can trap. You can trap wolf in Wyoming, and people do every single year. Outside of those predator areas that are connected to the national park, you can, if they're out of these specific areas, they are a predator, so you can kill them. As a matter of fact, the majority of those Colorado implant wolves get killed in Wyoming. Thank God. Um, Not that I don't love the animals. Again, it's a thing that people just don't understand. But anyways, you can trap wolf in Wyoming. Yeah, hell yeah, red dots on a shotgun. Yes and no. I like shooting them without and with. Of course. I would say personally, because obviously it adds to the accuracy, and if you're hunting like turkey and stuff like that's solid, especially for people who may not have hunted that much. But I shoot my stuff open sight for sure. But dude, hell yeah, fuck yeah, I'd shoot it. Fuck yeah! Now that you say that, that may be a good idea. That may be I needed to throw a red dot on the shotgun when I kill a bull elk with it, but I didn't even think about it. I just planned on shooting it open sight. That's sweet that you can kill the hogs exactly. We don't have any hogs here, but coyotes is basically the same way. You can trap them day and night, and you can shoot them day and night for the most part, which is badass. What the hell? My girlfriend is showing me a picture of another fucking dog. No. She said, "Here comes another with a smiley face." And I said, "No. Do you do homemade bows?" "Bro, I don't have one right now, but yes, please. Send me a homemade bow from Australia, from the frickin' down under, please." I would like to have a couple different long bows and handmade bows, one-piece bows, Osage bows, and like a couple different. I was gonna say I would like a couple different long bows and recurve. Yes. Mm. Mm. Yep, I'm super duper lucky, Kate. You and I are both lucky, though. Idaho seems to be pretty damn cool because you get an elk tag every single year, it seems like. Good for you. And you live in a place where you still can do it. You can still get it done. The same thing's happening here. The same thing's happening here. I can't say that, but there is less people here, thank God. And so many people hate it here because the towns and the communities are so stretched out, and because of the wind and weather. Which again, I don't even. I love it here. I literally, what I've said and what I have come more and more into an understanding of. I love travel. I love other people. I love going other places, and I want to live all over the world. If I had the finances that I would want, I would never need to leave Wyoming again ever in my entire life. I would be able to do and have just endless exploration and doing of varying, outdoor sports, etc. and stuff year round, and I would literally never have to go anywhere else and spend all of the time ranching, farming, etc. So I mean, yeah, I love it here. Burris is solid as can be. If you have the money, Jesus, then you can really get out there if you have the money. I mean, obviously, I'd love to get some Swaro or Loophole or more Zeiss or other brands that are like, way, 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 way nice. But I love, dude, it's funny that you say that because the 280 that I shot the cow with has a Burris scope on it. I could step out, it's actually just in the truck, so I'd have to just step out and get it. But that 280 that I killed the cow with this year, it has a Burris scope on it. I actually shot my mule deer with that same gun. So, yeah, Burris. Dude, I've used everything because I've grown up on Walmart brand stuff. So, I mean, I will use anything. If I have the money, then I obviously lean towards getting nicer stuff. I have an older version Zeiss Conquest right here that I haven't put on anything. You guys are badass. Thanks, Michael. I can't believe you guys aren't crashed out and ready to sleep, man. I gotta snack and go to bed. Gonna have to go tend to the fire one more time and then just crash out. Yeah, I shot my mountain goat at less than 7 yards. It's an unbelievable experience and a unbelievable story. And the things that we went throughout the entire time was just incredible. I'm looking at some more pictures on my slideshow, and like this specific picture that's up right now, that snowstorm, we got almost 2 feet of snow, and we were miles and miles into the backcountry. It collapsed my fucking tent in. I was already soaked through from the last 3 nights that I was out there, and then the specific snowing. Oh man, it just, like I said, it was continually wet, but then this specific snowing, it dropped in temperature and it just pounded us in snow. And the entire night, my tent kept getting closer no matter how much I did to try to clear it off and keep it just till it was basically touching me. It fucking sucked. And then we had to get up and get out of there, which was the right thing to do. Oh, that's funny. I'm sorry, Mountain. Michael, you're not saying anything bad. You can't erase your messages. You can't erase your messages anymore. That's a joke. I forgot. Oh, 7:30 p.m. Dang, yeah, I forgot you're working, bro. I'm sorry. That's okay. That's okay. It's nice. I'll get to go home, dude. I have to black out my room when I sleep during the day. I try to black it out as much as I can and sleep as if it's like dark in the dark middle of the night. Unless I'm in the mountains and like I'm in the countryside, man, I have a hard time sleeping. I'm like super sensitive to light and sound, so I turn on a fan. It needs to be fucking super cold, and then I have it dark as can be. I'm messing with you, Michael. I'm just messing with you, bro. I was just messing with you. Don't need to feel bad. Yeah, you guys will definitely have to follow our adventures. It'd be fun as hell. I'll try to live stream so much more. I mean, over the next couple weeks, we're going to be really getting into going out and duck hunting as much as we can. We're going to be going out and coyote hunting. I mean, I'm going out myself to do it, but with one of my close buddies and one of my brothers, we'll be going to do a lot of duck hunting, a lot of coyote hunting, calling for coyote, bobcat, fox, trapping. We're going to be going crazy after beaver right now because we're trying to get as much fur as we can. So it's gonna be super duper fun, and as much as I can, I'll try to put a live stream up. That'd be super duper cool. Right here where I am, it's 1:30. You lucky son of a gun, Mountain. Yeah, exactly. You're lucky with that. When I'm in the country, it seems that I can be in a perfect sleep while paying attention and hearing everything. But when I'm here, I just can't fucking fall asleep. It seems like I'm sensitive to every little sound, so I fucking turn the. Like I said, a raging ass fan that's making as much loud noise as possible, and then I black out my room. But then I'm out there and it seems I can be in a complete zonk and hear and I'm so tuned in that I hear any type of movement and know exactly what's going on, which is funny. But I'm so getting good sleep and stuff. This is one of my inspirational pictures prior to me killing my goat. He drew the same tag, my friend. I thought that was cool. I love that picture. He killed it on the top of some nasty, nasty, nasty. Oh, that's badass. A3 blade fixed. A3 blade, broadhead fixed blade. Heck yeah. Mountain bucks. Yeah. When we're in grizzly country, oh fuck, man. Seems like I'm like, do you guys get any sleep, dude? I'm freaking sitting there listening for them to come creeping up on us. They know. Man, I'm on pins and needles when I'm in grizzly country. Ugh. When I'm here, I zonk out. I don't care. I'm listening, but I don't. Nothing's gonna bother you, man. But when you're in grizzly country, it's the exact opposite. So I'm on pins and needles up there, and I'm nervous. Unless I'm at a spike camp with horse and other people and stuff, but I'm usually alone. Or with one other friend or something like that in tents. And that's, it can be nerve wracking when you're with them in that. Well, exactly, Mike Mountain. That is obviously the most dangerous thing out in the woods are other people, and those experiences really suck when you have that type of stuff happen. Which, we try to avoid that at all costs. I mean, it's really unfortunate. Unfortunate, sorry, to have that stuff. Being threatened by anybody in ways when it's like, again, I've had the craziest of experiences, man. I can name all or bring up so many different stories and experiences I've had of people shooting around over through me type of thing, animals out from under me, and I can tell you the experience is just crazy. Us, the most unethical things that I would never ever do. It's just crazy, or being harassed by landowners improperly, go off on all kinds of stuff. Driving down a county road when we were going to hunt coyote. We were driving on a county road and pulled off while we were on a county road in the middle of a state section. And a guy pulls up to us and says, "What are you doing?" do you have permission from so and so? And my response was, at first I was lit inside because I immediately did not like the vibes that he had and how he was approaching us and what he was saying. And immediately, I mean, I was not happy about it. But again, we were on a county road. That's all you need to know. And the guy was like, "Do you guys have permission?" And I was like, "You don't need permission to be hunting public land from a county road." Basically, is what I said. And the guy didn't like it. And I got even more upset inside because I'm like, "You have no fucking right to chastise us for hunting public ground." Like, it got me so mad. That guy drove off. But nah, no, you got to know your rights and know the laws. Yeah, that was what a douchebag. But I've had experiences like that, so. Did I just pass out? No, of course not. Ha 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 ha! Jarrett, that is funny. That is funny. Well, exactly. You'll have those type of problems, Michael. It's stupid. That's hilarious, Jarrett. Good man. Hey, no, nothing can hurt my feelings. So come at me with all the jokes. That's fucking funny. That's good. I've only seen a couple episodes and they're fucking funny. Man, he's a goofball. Now you're hurting my feelings. No, I didn't just pass out. That's funny. I shut the door. And like I said, I was moving some things around, so I misplaced this remote. How I misplaced it, I have no fucking clue. Doesn't make any sense. Because I can't find it. But did I pass out? No, that's funny. No, of course not. Yeah, it sucks when people try to act like that, especially if they're doing it and they're not doing it like in the legal way, and you're doing everything lawfully and there's nothing illegal going on. Yeah, fuck them. That's how I feel about it. So then, out of principle, it makes me want to like press it. It's like, well, then do everything you can in your legal right to fucking annoy them back. Like, why are they out harassing you? That's not right. Yeah, that guy's a douchebag. And the only reason he didn't want us out there hunting is because he still had an elk tag or something and was wanting to hunt in that general vicinity. But we weren't harassing elk. We didn't see any elk. There was no elk in that area that we were hunting. He's just being a total douchebag. So yeah, that was kind of a funny situation, but it did piss him off as much as it pissed me off. But it pissed him off that he couldn't tell us what to do, so fuck him. Like, that's how it made me feel. I'm just going off. Yeah, that guy made me upset. It was hilarious. Yeah, exactly. And people do steal and stuff. I mean, one of my best friends was hiking into one of his bear baits to go bait. And as he was hiking into one of his bear baits, sorry, I was folding up a little bit of laundry. As he was hiking into one of his bear baits, he was literally just hiking away from the vehicle and somebody had pulled up to his truck and bashed his window. He heard it by chance and was running back up, and they had broken his window and did not have time by the time he got back in visual and was yelling at them for them to reach in and steal his spotting scope and stuff. Like, what the fuck? Like, exactly, in the wild, wild old west, you'd get killed for that. Literally, you'd have gotten shot for stealing and doing those type of things. It's fucked up. I found it, guys. Dude, fuck yeah. I must have moved that little plate. I found it. I freaking found it. So if you want to watch something with me, hey, now we can look at the pictures better. Watch. Look at. Michael, if you're still, or Mountain, if you're still in here, look at that, dude. It's one of my favorite pictures in this world. You can kind of see the way that the cliffs are behind it, but dude, I was on a 160-foot cliff that he was laying on, and I was traversing that type of stuff to get to him, and that's where he was laying. And the whole experience is mind-boggling. It's hard to even explain, and again, it sounds like it's fake. But that billy goat died in my motherfucking arms as he's dying, looking at me as I'm holding his horns, hoping that he doesn't gore me to death or kick me off the fucking cliff with him and we die. I'm not even kidding. It was insane. It's like one of the coolest and it's the most incredible experience I've ever had because I haven't had kids and I'm not married. I've had some wild experiences, but that is the coolest and the craziest experiences I've ever had in my entire life. I'm happy we found the remote. It's life. That's changing right there. Funny. Oh, see, look at this. It literally looks like you're in Afghanistan or Pakistan or something. Look at it. No, that one side doesn't do it justice, Mountain. You can't see. I could send you the waypoints, and if you know how to read a topographical map, you would be able to see that not only did I stand there and go through the whole process, and it's all documented and I have film as well, but if you look at the map and read the topographical map, you can see he was laying on a 160-foot cliff, a sheer straight up and down cliff. So, doesn't it kind of look like Afghanistan? Mountain? Watch, I'll go back to that picture. These two pictures specifically in this specific area, and that's literally in Wyoming. That's what's crazy. It kind of looks like it's in Afghanistan or Pakistan or something, is what it made me think. Is just like that's what that area literally looks like. And then that picture. I know this filming isn't doing the best justice in its picture, but this area, I mean, it literally looks like you're in another world. Looks like it doesn't look like you're in Wyoming, that's for sure. I mean, I wish you could see all of that area. Yeah, exactly. I think it looks like Afghanistan type stuff. It's really unique. Extremely treacherous area. Oh my god. Just look at this stuff. You can find that anywhere, I guess, but... Wow. Yeah, that was not a small pond. It's a fucking lake. Hundreds of yards long. That's right here. I'll have to go back to it. Like, the pictures may seem are deceiving. That was hundreds of yards long, dude. It's like literally hundreds of yards long. Like, the perspective from where I'm standing to the lake is like, it's like 1,000 yards or more. So it's hard to, it may not look like that, but that lake is a big lake. That lake is huge. You can fit a boat on that fucking lake easily. Yeah, exactly. It's huge. That area is huge. And that perspective in that picture just really does not do it justice. It's enormous country. Yeah, exactly. You could absolutely run an enormous ass fucking boat on that lake. I bet you that lake is, those mountain lakes in those areas are like sometimes really, really deep. Like really deep. Bit deeper than you would think for places like that. Like over 100 feet deep. It's insane. You can kind of see the cliff a little better. I have to show you a film, but on that edge you can kind of see that cliff a better. Now this side is this cliff line, but there was a straight cliff down below. It's fucking badass. I can't go off about that enough. It was like the coolest thing in my life. I need to have a whole better setup for you guys. That's so funny. It's hilarious. We'll be spending way more time outside. I guess I've been trying to do my streams late at night. Wow. That's what I'm saying. See, this is farther up that valley from that first spot. Literally a couple miles. God, that country is insane. Insane. I can't get over that country. Yeah, oh no, it's insanely big country. I should just have it pointed at that, which I've done before, just run the slideshow. And so the grade, the slope where my goat died, again, this picture that I'm looking at shows it a little better, but it just does not show it. It was like the little spot that hit the cliff that it was laying on, that was above the cliff. So like this gravel that it was laying on that ran into the rock on the cliff was like that. I was processing it on a piece that was like that. And it was just like continually moving down to that spot. Watch, you'll love this picture. So that is that goat of my buddies years prior to me, but in the same unit. So I use this as inspiration. Fucking insane. One of our wall tents. Wow. I can't get over it. It's just absolutely insane. That country is just insane. Yep. It's Afghanistani vibes for sure up there in that area. So, Mountain, if you get the opportunity, you should get onto YouTube and go to that Pedro Imperios page. And like some of the hunts that he has, for instance, like he hunts a Himalayan ibex in Pakistan. And you should watch that specific hunt. Oh, dude, it's insane. It's insane. Ha! Dude, people experience it. I have obviously never experienced it. But I mean, that I know of, anyways. But again, I was born into it here, so. But I do know people who have experienced it, and I see people, obviously, that talk about having it. You know, it made me think that. It's funny that you say that. My cousin is from South Dakota, born and raised in South Dakota, and he lives in Texas, and he came up here, and I took him up to over 10,000 feet where he killed his elk, and we packed that elk out. 5.5, 600 feet in elevation change, so it was not a lot, but it was a super quick down into this spot. Super steep, I mean, and not that far of a distance of travel. So, anyways, it was over a mile, but nonetheless, anyways, I thought those things. I was like, I wonder if he's gonna have any. We didn't even talk about it. Didn't even think about it. He had no issues. So yeah, that's funny. Kids probably have less of a. You know, they're more adaptable. So it's like, it seems like it's the older people who would have an issue with it. Funny. I don't know if you guys who were looking at this shirt or not and have seen this company. It's Retro Rifle. Retro Rifle. And so, like, that's their symbol. And then all their shirts have a different things like that. So that Spaceman's carrying a semi-automatic. I think it's badass. I love this brand so much, so I rep their shirts all the time. What? Holy crap, that's crazy. Oh, while you were in service. Yeah, see, some people will experience it, you know. It's and experience different physiological things that we don't at different times, you know. It's weird. Yeah, I've never experienced it. Thank God. But I spent a lot of time at high elevation. I mean, shit, look at where I killed my mountain goat. And we kill elk at those elevations. I want to so bad, Michael. I want to do guided hunts so bad, man. You have no idea. I want my own outfitting operation so badly. I would love to. And I want to take people on wilderness explorations, like, you know, wilderness photography, wilderness explorations. I'd love to take people fishing into the backcountry and hunting, of course. And I would like to guide in other places in the world, but I would love to guide here so bad. I Yeah, exactly. Mountain bucks. I agree. I agree. I actually have a guiding gig coming up this next fall for a local guide. It's actually northeast of Wyoming. I don't know how much I can even say about it. I could probably say a lot. It's G6 Outfitters. You guys should all look it up. They kill freaking hammer elk. Hammer elk. And the owner of the operation and I are friends on Facebook, and I reach out to him, and he's actually going to have me go help them hunt elk next fall. So I'm excited and nervous because I'm going to have to take, obviously, time from my hunting season to go do it. But I feel I can go help him kill elk, so it's gonna be sick. Oh, dude, absolutely. And I have called a mountain lion in with the cow call while I was hunting elk. Michael, I've called a mountain lion in that came into a position where it was a couple feet from my brother and had no clue. It was a wild situation. But yeah, I've seen quite a few lion. Thanks, Mountain. Yeah, the guys, this guy, his outfit, like I said, they kill like just absolutely great world class trophy elk every single year. Like this year, they killed like roughly 12 or 15 bulls that were just great elk. Like 350 to closer to 400-inch type elk. They killed a 400-inch-ish type bull like opening day of rifle season. And the guy that owns the outfit, the year I drew my mountain goat tag, he killed a 400-ish inch elk and a Boone and Crockett mountain goat. He's a born and raised Wyoming resident. So I just like the guy. I've never met him in person, but he seems like a super solid dude. And his outfit is really solid, and they kill super big elk, like I said. So yeah, I reached out to him, had a conversation with him, and he wants me to go help them hunt elk next year. So he wants me to basically go guide during archery season. I have no idea what the extent of it's going to be, but yeah, it's going to be sick. I've taken many of my friends and family and myself, and we've obviously all got it done plenty of times. I don't know how many countless elk I've called into their death now. I need to keep it logged, and I can count and go back in my memory, but I have called in a few dozen elk to their death. And I myself have killed, a few cow, and I killed this year is the 7th bull that I've killed with a bow. Now that's excluding all the elk I've killed with the rifle, and I've killed at least one, if not multiple elk every year since I was 12. And then, like I said, I've helped plenty of my friends and family do it over and over and over again as well. Usually it's, who knows, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 12 a year. It just depends. It depends on who I'm hunting with, where I'm hunting, and who I am with. See, yeah, exactly, Mountain. That's one of the things I love doing, exactly. And I've just been with people while they've killed as well, just being with people. I'm gonna have to get off sometime soon. I'm super tired right now. Need to snack and crash out. Yeah, you should get onto. Yeah, I just like his films, and they got the money to be able to get the super quality film right now. So Pedro and Pedro, whatever the hell that guy's name is, if you watch his, all of his sons are great. I think I love watching his films just in general. But I'm thinking of like the specific Himalayan ibex he kills in Pakistan. That environment and where he hunts, it's just unreal. It's unreal. It's unreal. I can't explain that enough. So you guys should definitely watch that one. It's fucking badass. See, I really love going out with people. Mountains, exactly, exactly. I mean, one of my buddies has been. We're really trying to get it done with pistols this year. So he's trying to kill his elk with pistols, and just all of it. Like I said, I love it. Like you just said, I like it as much as if I'm doing it. Literally, literally, and I love watching and helping other people. Like, and the rush I get and enjoyment I get and the feeling I get from helping another person because I'm so great at calling, and I'm proud of that. And I don't have to sound. I know I sound conceited in it, but I'm really good at calling elk, and I've gotten a lot better. And I'm never gonna stop practicing or trying to get better and better. But it is so fun. It's so fun, and it seems like calling a bull in for another person is sometimes situationally easier, or calling elk in general for another person can be easier if you're just trying to kill any elk. Younger elk cows, they're easier to target and to call in. And if you're doing it for another person, you can usually set yourself up in a situation where it happens. But like last year, I know I'm just going off. Last year we killed our cows. My buddy and I hiked into this certain area that I love to archery hunt. We got snuck up into this area as if we were archery hunting. Got snuck up in close onto their bedding and got set up with rifles. And I went through sequences. Basically, a cow basically extremely light cow party, basically. And we killed cows at less than 5 yards, 5, 6, 7 yards, both of us with our rifles, point blank as they are trotting in, coming to us like it's archery season. Granted, they were cows, but we were targeting cows. It was so amazing. I found that shed just the other day, actually. I found that shed the day I killed my cow elk. You can see those pictures from that view pretty good. So I guess I'll flash a few more pictures and then I'm gonna head out and crash out probably. I should do more streams on all sorts of stuff. Mountain Michael, I've got a bunch of artifacts. Native American artifacts is something my family has always been really, really into all of my life, well before I was born. So I spent a lot of my time in the countryside searching for artifact. And I'm really fucking good at that too. So, well, this is one of the gems I have. It's not the only. It may be hard for you to see. There you get somewhat of a good viewing of it. But I don't know if any of you can even see what that is. But the entire thing is worked, shaped, and then there's that massive groove down it. You can't legally keep things like this anywhere in the United States unless it's off of private land or you have certain specific licensing. All this has come off of private land. Ha! So, yeah, I mean, I just got stuff laying everywhere. I can show you endless stuff, but where's that piece I was just looking at? I was just looking at a broken half-dip knife. So, yeah, I'm just gonna have to show you because I'm not about to start breaking all of that stuff out. It's gonna be a whole new stream. But I mean, you know, like. Give me one brief moment. Again, pretty much unbelievable stuff, but these are a couple pieces I found this year, actually. So this piece I found this year. Mono, a mortar and pestle, mortar and pestle. So this is a hand grinding stone. This one is about as perfect and museum worthy as they come. And then I found this, and I was like, imagine finding this one whole. Because this one's on another level, I think, personally. Look at this one. So this is another hand grinding stone. And you may not be able to see it very well in the film. But man, just the way that it is shaped and how small and thin and perfect it is. It's about as perfect as they come. But it's all busted. But yeah, look at that. Oh! So I found that and this. These aren't the only things, but these are two of the hand stones I found this year. Actually, this year I found about 6 or so, something like that. Hand grinding stones specifically. Fuck it, I'll show one more off. This is the last one I'm showing off of these. I'm not showing any more off. So I shouldn't be showing any of these off. Look at how perfect that is. They are about as perfect as they get. Like I said, some of these are beyond museum worthy, and some of the pieces are way better than any of the documented pictures I can find in like the Overstreet or any museum pictures, etc. But yeah, this one is just, again, this one is incredible. Look at the, it's hard for you to see it, but you can see those, like, just that change in that edge and how it was rubbed. Ah, what incredible pieces. Fuck it, one more. I love how this one is shaped. I don't know how well you can see it, but this one is about, again, about as perfect in its shaping and its edge and how it was worked. It's like almost perfect, and it's tapered perfectly. God, but it's broken. It's fucking broken. Of course, right? Story of my life. Ha! You guys aren't saying anything. You probably don't know how those things are. Those are once in a lifetime pieces, guys. Once in 10,000 lifetime pieces, right there for sure. Basically. So yeah, thank you guys so much. You're all awesome. I'm getting pretty tired, so I'm probably gonna get crashed out here soon. We'll throw a live on later on. We'll try to do more lives out in the countryside for sure when we're out hunting. Obviously. One of the 22s that I have. Killed a lot of small game with this, and coyote, actually. Now, as an expert, I would say don't do it, but I shoot him right in the skull. And this is a Barska we're talking about. This is literally a cheap-ass Barska scope. But man, it has done me well. But this is a 22. No way you found Civil War bullets, Mountain. Dude. Mountain, no way you freaking found Civil War bullets. God, that is cool. That's what I'm saying. I know it's recent in history. That is super dang cool. Super duper duper cool. I've never found Civil War bullet. Dude, Mountain, you don't even know how much that would mean. Can't explain to you. You don't even know how much that would mean. I would love to get to see, just to even see them, see what they're like. That is so cool. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, I actually have an LLC that I own, but I haven't done anything. Dude, okay, I don't know how to do that, though. Let's see. Write me your email, and I'll just take it, and then I'll erase it really quick from the messages. Yeah, and no matter what, obviously, it's interesting. You never know what can happen through these connections and stuff, but I would love to take people out that really do appreciate it and will love the experiences. Whoops. Mountain, what's your email? I never even thought about that. Civil War bullets, that's so sick. I mean, in another place of the world, obviously, if you had the means, you could go search in like ancient battlegrounds of different things. Oh, that is cool. That is cool. The artifact I find is insane and it blows my mind and it basically makes me cry, basically, because it's just so overwhelming and incredible. And, you know, I find a lot of Paleolithic, Folsom and Clovis dated artifact. So, because I'm in such a lucky place. So, I mean, I have artifact and they have the means and the understanding and the ways of being able to, you know, get really close in dating the time period of when it came from. You know, I found an absolutely perfect, and if anybody of you know, if any one of you know anything about this, whatever. But I found a Franklin this year that was perfect, and a Duncan this year, or a Prior Mountain stemmed is actually what we confirmed it was, rather than the Duncan. Because I found it literally a couple feet next to this Franklin, which is perfect. And when you look in the official Overstreet book at what a Franklin is, and you see what is in here, and you look up on Google, and you look at varying... museums to see what a Franklin is. Sorry, I was like fumbling my words. It's not a Franklin, it's a Frederick. That's why I was super confused in my mind with that word. A Frederick. It's a Frederick. Get your fucking words straight, man. So I found this Frederick. A couple feet from it, I found an absolutely perfect prior stemmed mountain. Now this Frederick right here dates to a specific time period. 8400 to 8100 before present. 300 years specific time period. And the one that I found was fucking perfect. With an inlay in the middle, diagonally. If you compared it to this, which is a museum piece, you'd be like, what the fuck? So, and that piece in that book sold for $7,000. And I say it with this emotion because it's insane. So I found that Frederick this year. Right next to a prior... It's a prior mountain stem, a prior stem mountain, however you say that. Because you also can find the exact same thing, exact same material in a completely different part of the United States, and it's named something different, or a completely different region. Yeah, I know. Well, yeah, dude, I can absolutely. Why? That's goofy. Here, watch. Give me 1 second. I said I have an LLC. I don't know why I just don't show you that one. So some of that artifact that I have found is just absolutely incredible. To the degree that the state geologists and archaeologists hate us for finding some of the stuff we find because they don't have the means of being able to find it and haven't found it at digs. So that's how lucky some of my friends and I have been. I found some of the coolest things in this life as far as looking for artifact. There's quite a few people looking. I want you guys to see this stuff. It's incredible. So this, I found deer hunting. I don't know how well you can see it. It's perfect. Yes, it's weathered. It can be over, you know, it's old. This is a little more recent, more than likely. I have a feeling that it's Comanche. I do not know, but I just have a feeling in my heart that it's Comanche. I don't know why. Probably because it is multifaceted tools that they use, multi-use tools, and it was more than likely a hobble as well as a multi-use maybe hammer. And anything, you can pick up a freaking stick and kill somebody. But if you could feel how heavy this is, like, okay, I have weights here. This thing weighs roughly 12 pounds. I've weighed it countless times. It's roughly 12 pounds. The ease at which this can cave a human skull in. The ease at which, if you had it properly wielded, that you can, if done right and able to done, and you had the situation on the maimed or wounded animal, this would crush a skull in. So yeah, it's pretty awesome. Yeah, this is a complete 100% Native American artifact that I found out in the countryside. One of hundreds of pieces that I found. It's one of my favorite, though. It's one of the coolest things I've ever found in this life, without question, for sure. Just 1 second, Mountain. I got you, bro. Of course, Michael. I grew up on a BB gun, buddy. Remember? Don't shoot your eye out. So that's pretty cool. Those artifacts are badass, and I can show you in this Indian artifacts, and maybe I should probably... Ha! Ha! That's funny. I'm gonna send you this I'm gonna show you this email, but this is... this is my... This is an alternative email that I have, and if you can get the word pun... Because I've literally had people not understand it, so... Which is hilarious to me. It's fucking funny. Watch. I'm sorry for laughing like that. So let me know if you can read this properly. Kingsley, what's up? One of my best friends' daughters, although I know it's a boy and a girl name. One of my best friends' daughters is named Kingsley. I love him so much. So this, I don't know if you can see that, Mountain. Levin O'Keery. Ha! And then I make fun of him. I don't know if you know who that is, but because it's kind of a play on words, I switched two of the letters around. But that, I don't know if you saw that. Let me know if you did, Mountain. And then you'll have to let me know, because then I'll get you my email. That's my email, but that's an alternative email for sure. I don't use that as much as my daily personal, but it's my email. Nobody else's, and nobody else has access to it. I was gonna throw you my LLC email, but then I saw that, and that made me laugh. Yeah, let me know if you saw that, Mountain. That's sick as fuck. America, Kingsley, what about you? So this is actually a whole ace bottom of what would have continued to be a piece, or a point. It would have been really close to that Frederick I just showed you. Completely reworked on the bottom right here. But it would have literally tapered out. Nigerian, oh that's cool. I want to come to Nigeria to hunt so bad. Oh, okay, so it's backwards? I don't know how to make it... Okay, that's funny. I don't know if you can respell it your own way, but I can do it the other way. That's hilarious. That's funny. I just scribbled it super fast. Can you see that? Hey, it's pretty good for scribbling it really fast backwards. Levinokeary. Levin O'Keery. Gmail. Kingsley, I want to so badly. Regan, you're from South Africa, huh? Family has been to South Africa to hunt and Zimbabwe. But I would love, 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 love. I would love to go to Tanzania, to Zimbabwe, to South Africa, to Mozambique. I want to come to Nigeria. I mean, I want to hunt animals all over and in places people don't want to go to in Africa. But yeah, I would love to go to the Congo. There's animals in the Congo that are only in the Congo that you can only kill in the Congo. I think so too, but I would also just like to experience it all over. I shouldn't say I know, then I think so as well, Regan, because I've never even been to Africa, but I want to so badly. So badly. Hold on, my African friends, look. If you're still in here, my African friends. Now, this was made in America by an American company, but it's called the Samburu spear, and it's based off of a Samburu type spear. So I have this spear, just so you guys know, and it's a spear, so I can absolutely kill a bear with this spear or a large game animal. So I have this spear. I thought about that just now when I saw you guys. I thought that you would think that's cool. Africa is the greatest place on earth. It's the dark continent in our home. Without question. I don't care what anybody says about Africa. I think Africa is the greatest place on earth. I want to hunt and live there so bad. Yeah, the baboons can be really bad in certain areas. What did Hannah say? I didn't see Hannah. My bad if I missed somebody saying something. I can see I'm getting tired. But yeah, I don't know if you, my African friends, saw this. Just so you know, my African friends, I love this spear and I can't wait to use it. I wish I was in Africa so bad. Yeah, and in some areas of Africa, the baboons are so bad and the laws are so poor and horrible that people can't do anything, and the baboons are so overpopulated and they'll harass communities and people, and it's not good. Some of my favorite videos of Tim Wells is when he is hunting baboon with the blowgun specifically. You guys can see this. I find a lot of stuff like this as well. I don't know how well you can see it in that viewing, but it's petrified leaves. Well, they can easily kill dogs, depending on the size of the baboon. Yeah, exactly. It's funny that you say it in that way. They'll steal dogs and babies, basically. Exactly, they will, of course. But they're a highly sentient primate that's super capable, that has no laws or regulations and no morals or ethics. They don't give a fuck. So they'll eat anything. I think that this little freaking scraper's awesome. Purchase. I don't know what that is. You're going to have to keep helping me out with it. I found that sometimes I don't necessarily know what you're saying. Have I ever come across pushas? Pushas? What are you trying to say? Okay, that makes sense, Regan. You are on the opposite side, and that makes sense as far as seasons. Man, I would love to. You have no idea. I want to come so bad to Africa. And my Nigerian friends, when I was wrestling in college, I had Nigerian friends who were playing basketball. They were actually some of my best friends while I was in college. Oh, do you ever? Oh yeah, oh yeah. It sucks. It sucks. Everybody hates them, so nobody really likes poachers or trespassers. Don't know what else to say about that. Now, the trespassing thing can, your morals around that can, like I keep saying, can sway in the wind, I guess. But none of us poach and none of us trespass, and we don't like poachers and we don't like trespassing. Like I said, none of us like all of the game we kill. You can eat all of it. Now, it doesn't matter what type of bird, small game, rodent, whatever. I mean, basically, we eat every single thing that we kill. So all of the stuff we raccoon, the beaver that he killed tonight, we're eating that stuff. And people can say whatever they want about it, but that beaver is one of the better meats. I don't know. I was just having this chill here, but this pheasant is. I love this pheasant. These pheasant feathers. I always keep a few pheasant feathers on decks. Michael, we wish. We wish, Michael. I plead the Fifth Amendment, Michael. I choose not to answer that question. Yes, I know that this is going to twist some people's titties. But it came into my mind. I don't know why. Have you guys ever... it's going to upset some people. It is what it is. Anyways, I was watching this clip of Nick Fuentes streaming himself playing Grand Theft Auto. And he was talking about... So he's like, he's around here somewhere. And 5 seconds after he says it, he's all, oh, there he is. And he pulls up to this Jewish guy. And he gets out of the car in Grand Theft Auto. And the clip of him is of him. And Megyn Kelly just was doing it on her film. He was fucking chasing Ben Shapiro. He's like, just talk to me. He's like, you love the marketplace of ideas. Just talk to me. It's so funny. It makes me laugh my ass off. It made me laugh. For a fact, if you know, you know. I'm not sick. I'm sorry. I'm not sick at all. For a fact, pheasant. It's a pheasant tail feather. This one came from the farm. South Dakota bird. Because I have pheasant feathers from here in Wyoming as well. Right here, actually. And it's pretty interesting to see the differences in them because not only are the stripes different, like in turkey in different regions, but that's the best differences in the two. There's two different ones right there. I don't know how well you can see the difference in here. I'll take them out in those two specifically, but those two are from two different bird. One was a Wyoming bird. One was a South Dakota bird. God, these feathers are gorgeous. I can't express that enough. Look at how gorgeous these feathers are. My God, look at that. So look up close. Look at the red hewing and how thick those ones are. And then look at this one. It has the red hewing, which actually you can kind of see it a little more, but this one's darker. And the stripes are thinner. Wyoming bird. South Dakota bird. Pretty cool, huh? I think that's cool. These aren't eagle feathers. These are pheasant feathers. Jesse, let's go, Biden. No. Not too many Biden fans around here. These are pheasant feathers that were legally harvested, buddy. Oh. Oh, yeah, no. Howdy, Cowboys. The Cowboys, goddamn, are, we sucked it up for years, man. Where are you from, Jesse? One of my best friends is named Jesse with that spelling. Jesse needs work. My friend needs work. His name's Jesse. Potato Joe. That's funny. What's up, Alma? You guys are making me laugh. Where's everybody from? I know where most of the people in the chat are from. And I'll check that for sure at some time, Mountain. I'm just super tired, but I'll check it. Oh, not unfortunate. I guess it depends on where you are. I still want to come. I keep saying I want to. I want to come to California so bad. I love it there. I love I spent a lot of time in the Santa Barbara area and around can't believe I'm Venus Beach, but I mean it was in 2010 to 2015 ish, so things have changed a little bit. Oh, I love Colorado, Oma. You love the marketplace of ideas. Just talk to me about ideas, Michael. Yeah, that's stupid that somebody shot the eagle. I mean, I don't know why they would do that. That's retarded. I hope you're having a good day, Alma. What's suspicious? What is suspicious? I think magpies are gorgeous, and I love their sounds. I know that they're scavengers, but I think they're gorgeous birds. Oh, what did Mountain say? Oh, it was probably him. Now that you say that. What the heck, Mike Mountain? You want my... That's why he wants my email. He's trying to set me up. I swear it wasn't me. I did not shoot the eagle, and those are pheasant feathers. I thought that you, Jesse, I thought you said what I was doing was suspicious. I was gonna agree with you. I don't know if you guys can see this. I can just show you endless stuff like this. I find all sorts of stuff like this. This one's petrified. Obviously. This one almost looks like you could find, like I found it on the freaking beach. This is petrified. And it's fresh water. That's what's crazy. Yeah, I know, Mountain. It's like a federal crime. Dead the devil bird. Dead the devil bird, daredevil bird. Yeah, they are. They are. I love magpies. I love the nature. So I mean I love them all, but magpies are interesting, and I love that fluorescent, that teal fluorescent color that they got. Exactly, Jesse. Where I am in Wyoming, actually, this area evidently geologically at one time was on the motherfucking equator. Not only that, yes, it was submerged underwater at varying times. It's insane. It's insane. It's insane. It's almost unbelievable. Oh, here's this piece. I was trying to show you guys this piece, and it's really hard. I gotta get better lighting on it. So this piece, how should I get the lighting on it to where you guys can see it better? Let's see. There you go. So this one, dude, this is petrified, but it literally looks like it was on the beach. I love this one so much because that's dirt inside of it. But it's dirt. Like, I found this here. I did not find this on the ocean. I can grab stuff that I have from the ocean. This came from Wyoming. Petrified. Just on the ground as I was out looking for artifact. I think it's so cool. I think it's so cool. That's a better picture of it. Have I any found? No, unfortunately, because I've never specifically gone to look for any golden nuggets. If I did, I probably would start to find it. There, you can get a better viewing of that now. One of my friends, though, a girl I went to school with, is a state geologist and archaeologist right now. And this girl just recently found a new species of alligator. It was over 12 feet long and got to name it. She goes out and finds Jurassic, Triassic type era type fossils, and she hunts for that stuff specifically. It's pretty incredible. Dude, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool, man. I can show you a lot of stuff like this. Well, I guess here's a better one as well. I should have just started with one like this. But look at this one. How do I show it better? This one is like literally the whole thing is flush with it. It's hard to see, I guess, kind of. I don't know how well you guys can see the features of them, but those things that I just showed you, this is like literally the whole thing is that. And it's the clam. There's one right there. You can see it. I have some of those. So it was also like those clam looking mollusk type ones or whatever, however you'd say that. The whole huge piece of it. They're just laid and embedded in it. I think it's so cool. So that's like, it is, but I don't consider that like, that's obviously not Native American artifact. And when I say artifact, I'm usually specifying towards Native American artifact, because when I'm out looking for artifact. But I go out and look for stuff like this. Or if I come across it, obviously I spend time looking through it. I'll show you really quick a little film of the beaver, and then I'm heading to bed. Here's the beaver my buddy killed tonight. I think they're so cool, and their legs are so cool. So interesting. See how pretty they are? Wow. He killed both those beaver with a 17. So yeah. Right? I do too. I love otters and I love those animals. I love these beavers. I love them. And literally, that's what I'm saying. People don't understand that that same kid who shot that beaver would literally say that same exact thing that you just said and would love to have. We would both love to have beavers as pets, and we would. We'd have them as pets and love them. Oh, it's so cool. I wish I had a pet otter as well. I think they're so awesome. I love weasels and stuff. Those little, they're cursed. Weasels are crazy. All of the ferrets all of our friends have had are pretty fucking stinky, which is funny. Yeah, I go all over the place with what I'm studying, with what I like to read. Um, I like to read every single day, basically. I mean, it's one of my favorite things to do. What I meant by that is I would like to read all day, every day, all day at night. I wouldn't do anything else if I just could do that, which is funny. We do have marmot here, Jess. We do. We have what we call them. We end up calling them rock chucks. The specific marmot that I'm making reference to, because I think that maybe there are two different species of marmot in Wyoming, but I think that those rock chuck are marmot. Big Lebowski. Well, I feel bad. It's funny. It's fucking 3 in the morning, and then it seems like there's more people chilling right now. What's your favorite eating meat? Oh, that's hard, Reagan. Regan or Reagan, I don't know how to enunciate it. That's really hard to decide because here, one moment. Sorry. Give me 1 second. Regan, it's really hard to go wrong with any of the deer species. Whitetail, mule deer, moose, like the blacktail or like the west coast blacktail. I mean, and then I was gonna add to that. You can. It's all on personal preferences because I really really like black bear. The black bear I've killed, really good, really good. They're on par with mule deer to me, and I like mule deer slightly more than elk. And I love elk. I just had elk tenderloin and backstrap last night, but I sorry about that. I like how he said it depends on the day. I'm getting my face out of the thing while I'm coughing. Because I agree with that. It depends on my mood and it depends on how you're cooking it. Because I like to take a shank of animal, specifically of like black bear and of the deer and elk. And you can also buco, you can cut it like this and then brown it and then slow cook that with like some tomato sauce and vegetables and broth. And I'll eat that with like mashed potatoes. I don't know. Oh, I like it. Any African deer spices? No, I wish. You should give me some recipes. You should definitely give me some recipes. And my family has gone, some of my family members have gone to Africa to hunt. I just haven't gotten to. Oh, I get that, Mountain, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I can't say that because I know that people will say that bear tastes nasty, etc., and are greasy. And then the bear I killed are freaking incredible. So it's like. But I do know it's a lot on region and what they're eating because if they're eating a lot of fish and salmon and that's their sole diet, basically, I could see them being what I'd not want. I don't know what else to say. But the two bear that I have killed and eaten myself. Now, I've been with other people when they've killed bear, and I've helped other people kill bear. But I've chosen to kill 2 trophy bear, and they were phenomenal. And they were old trophy bears, so it's like, I don't know. I don't know. But I got lucky because of where I am potentially as well. Give me a recipe, Regan. That's funny, Mountain. My bad. That's hilarious that you say that. My bear eat a lot of berry and grass, and they're eating all of my popcorn and maple syrup and peanut butter, so they all taste phenomenal. Because that's what I bait with, predominantly is popcorn, maple syrup, and peanut butter. And then one of my buddies, his family, they sell bear bait, and so I get a specific couple different baits from them because I love them and I love the bait. So I get like some chocolate freaking trail mix type mix. Oh, it all is so good to me. I just want to eat it all. Oh man, it's hard to explain. As Regan asked, I know it sounds crazy, Regan, but the black bear those 2 bear that I have harvested and processed myself is some of the best tasting red meat I've ever eaten, and I mean that not as a joke. The only thing that I could relate it in taste wise to, because they all taste in their own ways, obviously, was was you know, the only thing I can relate it to is mule deer or pork loin, is what I came up with. Because it was like slightly sweeter in taste. I don't know how else to say that. And man, phenomenal. 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 But dude. Mule deer, elk testicles. Oh. My brother looks at me like, what's wrong with you? One of my favorite things. Fillet that baby open, that little sausage, and fry that in oil and butter with salt and pepper. Oh man, it is good. It is genuinely very good. I love to harvest the marrow out of the, like what you would call the femur bone, out of the hind quarter, and you can cut that open and harvest the marrow out of it. And whenever you're making any of your foods, in the sense of like how you would use butter, I use butter, but I also put that stuff in there, like that, and the way it's making, oh, it's so good, it's so good. So there's that. I mean, you know, I'm trying to utilize them a lot more and utilize more and more of the animal. All of the animal, if it would be cool. I mean, literally, it would be nice to be able to literally use every single piece of the animal, all of the bones, every single bit of it. That would be really nice. Yeah. I don't know if my love's in here watching or not, and that's who the hearts came from. If so, thank you so much. Well, thank you to whoever, but if it's my baby doll, thank you. I'm still waiting on that African spice, Regan. I don't know if you're asking if I've ever eaten any African. There's, they'd be antelope predominantly, right? But or if you're just talking about spices for my deer that are African spice mixes. No, I haven't. You should show me. Absolutely. Send me a recipe, please. Yeah, I love Robbie's hobbies. Exactly, Robbie. I think that he took off, but we feel extremely connected to the world and our environment when we hunt or fish, and that's why we're outdoorsmen, not the same as senseless killing. I mean, people that don't know will just literally never know, and they'll just never understand. But, I mean, I found the more conscious and in love with, the hunting and environment and the animals, the people become they fall so deeply in love with the animals. I've experienced friends and family who just they no longer want to hunt because they love the animals so much that they don't even want to take their lives. And I don't enjoy taking the life of absolutely anything at all. That's why I overemphasize doing it right. You have to do it right, and you got to do it properly and be able to get it done so that they don't suffer. And a lot of times we do it in a fashion where they literally don't even know what's going on. They have no clue. And so then their blood pressure drops and they just fade into the light. So, but yeah, our love for these animals is beyond what other people can understand. It's insane. Oh, I wish I could have eaten African deer, man. I want so badly to, Regan. I want to so badly, Regan, so badly. I want to hunt and eat the African game. I've never eaten anything African because when my family goes to Africa, it's illegal for them to bring African meat back into the States, basically. So I haven't gotten to eat African game, unfortunately, which is a shame. It's a disgusting shame because I want to be in Africa so bad. Whoever sent the hearts, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I wish I was more entertaining. You guys will have to give me feedback and give me information on what I need to be doing so that I'm more entertaining for you. Like, literally. That's true. That's true, Mountain. That's crazy that you say that. Of course, that's really cool to think about because they are, exactly. That's funny to think about. Yeah, exactly. And they're so different than the pronghorn the pronghorn tastes so different than mule deer to a degree than mule deer and the other game. I was thinking in that moment of grouse for whatever reason because people will say what they say about the differences in taste to the blue ruffed dusky grouse to the sage grouse, varying grouse, and people say that sage grouse don't taste very good. But I was thinking in that moment about how I was born on pronghorn, born and raised on pronghorn. I love pronghorn. Uh, Absolutely, I eat their testicles and their organs. Anyways, my buddy and I during this one specific outing, it made me think of this time I bushwhacked some sage grouse, and I made those grouse for us. They were sage grouse. They were slightly younger grouse, and those grouse were so good, so good. Oh my god. You guys are freaking awesome. So yeah, once again, you guys definitely, I freaking love this brand so much. I am getting no paid promotion for anything. I'm such a broke ass. I don't have anybody following me. I just love that I get to sport guns on this clothing. And then the different designs. I have like 8 of their shirts. I wish I had all of their wardrobe. But then there's that little space guy with the semi-automatic. I think it's fucking sick. Like I said, I think these shirts are badass. Yeah. Yep. Unfortunately, this shirt has been through some of the wildest experiences in my life. Unfortunately. Yeah, I still think that little clip was hilarious. It was super duper funny to me. He's like, "Oh, there he is. You thought that you could run, get away from me without debating me?" He's like, "You love the marketplace of ideas. Just talk to me." And the whole time the guy's running. It's hilarious. It's so funny to me. I don't know how much American wrestling you guys follow, as far as collegiate, senior world stage, or the high school level. Bo Bassett put the beating on Bo Bartlett at the Bill Farrell, which was pretty cool to see. All right, guys, I love you so much. Can't thank you enough for coming and hanging out and just chilling with me. It's super fun. I will try to, like I said, develop a better agenda, have better things to show for you, stream better, more appealing things that are even more interesting and that are way more fun to hang out with and talk about and enjoy. You know, I still have to clean up my deer skull, finish cleaning my elk skull, finish whitening it. And one of my bear skulls and some coyote skulls and some beaver skulls. We need to get all of those cleaned up. So while I boil that stuff and go clean that stuff, we'll stream that. You can hang out with me and one of my best buds while we do that. We're going to be hunting ducks, like I said, these next couple weeks as much as we can. Be out trapping from now through winter as much as we can, calling coyotes, calling mountain lion, calling fox, calling bobcat. Those are the things we'll focus on calling. And then we'll be trapping. So yeah, I'm getting tired, but dude, Mountain, thank you so much, bro. We'll link, dude. Thank all of you guys so much, dude. Like, subscribe, comment. I'll try to stream, watch the videos, bro. Thank you guys so much. Later, Mountain. Later, guys. Later, chat. Later, so much. Later, Reagan. Michael, thank you, bro. Thank you guys so much.